Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I didn't notice the delay at first. That was the problem. Christmas Eve is built out of small comforts, and one of ours was the Yule log channel. The fake fireplace we turned on every year once the dishes were done, and the lights were low. It had been playing since late afternoon, crackling softly from the TV while the real fireplace stayed cold and unused. We never burned real wood anymore. The chimney was old, and my mother worried about drafts and soot. The digital fire was cleaner, safe, something to glance at while you drifted towards sleep. I was on the rug, leaning back against the couch, folding bits of wrapping paper that had escaped the trash bag. The room smelled like pine and cinnamon. Outside, snow pressed gently against the windows, muting the street until it felt like we were sealed inside a glass dome. My father dozed in his chair. My mother was half watching the TV, half watching the clock, waiting for midnight the way she always did. My younger brother sat cross-legged near the hearth, assembling a toy he had insisted on opening early. That was when I noticed the fire looked wrong. Not wrong in a dramatic way. Not flames turning blue or faces in the embers. It was subtler than that. The logs on the screen weren't quite where they should be. The angle was off, like the camera had shifted a few inches to the left. I remember thinking the channel must have updated their loop. Higher resolution maybe. More realistic framing. I looked away and kept folding paper. A few minutes later, I realized I could see the edge of our coffee table in the TV image. That should have been impossible. The Yule log channel was supposed to be generic, a staged hearth in a studio somewhere. But there it was on the screen, the familiar nick in the wood on the corner, the one my father had cursed when he hit his shin last summer. The perspective was wrong for a broadcast fireplace. It was too low, too close, as if the camera was sitting on our floor, pointed outward. I sat up. The rug fibers shifted under my hands, and I felt suddenly cold, like the room temperature had dropped a degree without anyone touching the thermostat. I leaned forward, eyes fixed on the TV. The digital fire flickered, and behind it, faint but unmistakable, was the outline of our couch. Our couch with its sagging middle cushion and the blanket my mother crocheted, draped over the arm. The fire wasn't in front of the room. The room was behind the fire. I said my brother's name first. Not loudly, just enough to get his attention. He looked up, annoyed. Screwdriver paused in midair. I pointed at the TV. He squinted, then laughed and said something about reflections. The screen was glossy. Of course it would pick up shapes from the room. But reflections don't move independently. On the TV, my father shifted in his chair. On the TV, his movement was delayed by a fraction of a second, like a bad video call. He leaned to the side, and then, after a breath, the image followed. My mother noticed then. I could tell by the way her hand froze on the mug she was holding. She didn't speak. None of us did. The only sound was the crackle from the TV speakers, too loud now that we were listening for it, and the faint hum of the refrigerator down the hall. The fire on the screen flared, and for a moment the room behind it blurred, like heat distortion. When it settled, I could see myself, sitting on the rug, my head tilted at the same angle, my expression slack with disbelief. I waved. On the TV. The version of me raised their hand a heartbeat later. My brother stood up, his toy clattered to the floor. Forgotten. He took a step toward the hearth, drawn by the novelty of it, by the absurdity. Kids adapt faster to impossible things. They don't have as much invested in how the world is supposed to work. My mother reached for him, too slow. The fire dimmed, not extinguished. Dimmed like someone had turned down a dial. The logs on the screen glowed a deeper red, and the crackling sound dropped into a lower register. The room behind the flames sharpened, every detail crisp. I could see the dust on the mantel, the hairline crack in the drywall near the ceiling, the old family photo we'd never taken down, and then something moved where the fire should have been. At first, I thought it was a trick of light, a shift in the pattern of embers, but it had weight. It displaced the glow as it passed through, like a shadow with mass. The flames bent around it. A hand came out of the fireplace. Not the TV fireplace, the real one. It emerged from the dark mouth of the hearth, pushing past the cold metal grate we'd left in place out of habit. It was pale, the skin stretched thin, the fingers too long. Ash dusted the knuckles as if it had been reaching through cinders. The nails were clean. That detail stuck with me, because it didn't fit. My brother screamed. The sound cut through the room, sharp and animal. My father jerked awake, chair scraping back as he stood. My mother shouted his name again, this time loud, her voice cracking. The hand didn't hesitate. It reached, fingers splaying, and closed around my brother's ankle. He fell forward, palms slapping against the hardwood. He tried to kick, his heels slipping in the hand's grip. It was stronger than it looked. The skin didn't tear. The fingers didn't bend the wrong way. They pulled. I was on my feet without remembering standing. My hands were on his shoulders, dragging backward. My mother grabbed his wrists. My father lunged for the poker we kept by the hearth, swinging it down hard. The metal struck the arm with a dull sound, like hitting wet wood. The hand didn't release. It tightened. My brother's scream turned into something breathless and thin. On the TV, the fire surged back to full brightness, and in it, I saw us struggling. I saw my own face, mouth open, eyes wide, straining toward the fireplace. The image lagged, then caught up, then lagged again, like the feed was buffering. Another hand appeared, then another. They reached out together, coordinated as if they'd practiced this. One caught my brother's other leg, one wrapped around his waist. He was lifted, his feet leaving the floor, his body scraping against the brick as he was dragged toward the opening. My father dropped the poker and grabbed for him with both hands. His grip slipped. My mother lost hold of his wrists, her fingers clawing at air. I felt fabric tear under my palms. The sound that came out of the fireplace then wasn't fire. It was like a rush of wind through a narrow space, a roar that sucked heat from the room. The smell changed. Not smoke. Something older, dust and cold stone. My brother was gone. It happened in seconds. One moment he was there, solid and warm, and screaming. The next, the hearth was empty, the grate clanging back into place as if it had never been touched. The room fell silent except for my mother's sobbing. We stood there, stunned, staring at the dark mouth of the fireplace. Snow continued to fall outside. The clock ticked toward midnight. On the TV, the fire burned on. At first, it showed only logs. Perfect. Symmetrical. The kind of image meant to soothe. Then, slowly, something shifted in the flames. A shape formed, vague and distorted by the heat shimmer. It was my brother, not as he'd been a moment before. His image was stretched, elongated by the fire's movement. His face flickered in and out of clarity, mouth open in a silent cry. His eyes were wide, reflecting the glow. His hands pressed against something unseen, as if against glass. My mother made a sound I had never heard from her before, and never want to hear again. She lunged for the TV, pounding on the screen with her fists, screaming his name. The image didn't respond. It looped, his form rising and falling with the flames. Trapped in the digital inferno, my father pulled her back, holding her as she collapsed against him. He stared at the TV with a hollow look, as if trying to memorize every pixel. I stood frozen, my reflection ghosted over the image, layered with my brother's burning form, and turned the TV off. The screen went black, but the image lingered in my vision, burned into my eyes. The room felt wrong without the artificial fire, too quiet, too exposed. None of us suggested turning on the lights. None of us went near the fireplace. The police came. They asked questions we couldn't answer. They inspected the hearth, the chimney, the TV. They chalked it up to an accident, to hysteria, to a child crawling where he shouldn't have. They took notes. They left. The house stayed cold. We didn't use the living room after that. We ate in the kitchen. We sat in our bedrooms. Christmas passed in a blur of phone calls and casseroles and whispered condolences. My brother's toys stayed where he'd left them until my mother couldn't stand it anymore and packed them away. Weeks later, when the tree was gone and the snow had melted into gray slush, I turned the TV on by accident. The Yule log channel came up automatically. The last thing we'd watched before everything broke. The fire was there, steady and bright, and deep in the flames, barely visible unless you knew to look, was a familiar shape, moving in time with the crackle, waiting for someone to notice. I was halfway through the east wing when I noticed the store lights were on. That alone was enough to slow me down. The mall had closed hours earlier, and my route was predictable. Food court doors locked, escalators humming in their sleep mode, the long corridor past the anchor stores empty, except for the echo of my boots and the occasional flicker of a janitor's cart light far off. Clothing stores were always dark by this point. Their security gates were down, their mannequins frozen in their usual poses, waiting for morning. This one wasn't. The storefront gate was still open, lights glowing white and clean like it was mid-afternoon. The sign above the entrance promised seasonal discounts in cheerful block letters, the same sign it had been running since November. I stood there longer than I should have, listening. The mall had a sound when it was empty. Ventilation breathing through the ceiling, distant electrical clicks, the soft squeal of rubber wheels somewhere below. From inside the store, there was something else layered over it. Music. Familiar, tinny, too loud for the hour. I checked my radio. No calls from dispatch. No alarms showing on my handheld. Just a store that should have been closed, lit up and playing its holiday loop like nothing was wrong. I told myself it was a staff mistake. Someone closing late, forgot to shut the gate. It happened. I stepped inside. The temperature dropped immediately. Those stores always ran colder to protect the merchandise, but this felt sharper, like walking into a freezer aisle. The smell was wrong too. Not smoke, not rot. Paper. The dry, dusty smell of torn cardboard and plastic wrap. The front tables were bare. Sweaters that should have been folded into perfect stacks were gone. The racks were empty. Hangers clumped together like ribs. I moved deeper into the store, my flashlight beam unnecessary but comforting as it bounced off the mirrors. That's when I saw the floor. Holiday wrapping paper was scattered everywhere. Red, green, silver. Some of it was torn into long strips, some crumpled into balls, some laid flat and smoothed out like it had been ironed by hand. Ribbon curled across the tiles in loose spirals. Bows had been pulled apart, their wire cores sticking out. In the center of the store, all of it converged. They had dragged the central display tables together, pushing them end to end to make a low platform. The surface was covered in layered wrapping paper, neatly aligned, corners squared. On top of that sat things I recognized from the stockroom: empty boxes, plastic inserts, tags, the cardboard forms that came inside, folded shirts. It was arranged deliberately, stacked and balanced, not thrown. Around it stood the mannequins. Every single one from the store had been moved. Men, women, headless torsos, full forms with sculpted hair. They were arranged in a rough circle, all facing inward, feet planted, arms at their sides or bent slightly forward. Their shadows overlapped on the floor, long and distorted under the bright track lighting. I stopped just inside the aisle, my hand tightening around the flashlight. My first thought was intruders. Kids maybe. Vandals with time on their hands. But mannequins are heavier than they look, awkward to move. And there were at least 20 of them here. And the arrangement was too precise, too careful. I took a step closer, then another. The music was louder here, filling the space. The same cheerful voices I'd heard 100 times that season. Something about peace and joy, only it sounded wrong. The melody was stretched, notes dragging, the rhythm inverted so that the familiar chorus seemed to suck inward instead of spilling out. It took me a few seconds to realize why. The track was playing in reverse. Once I noticed it, I could not hear it. The words weren't words anymore, just warped phonetics pulling backward through the speakers. The volume climbed suddenly, without warning, spiking until it vibrated in my chest. I reached for my radio to call it in, but my fingers hesitated. I didn't want to break the quiet with my own voice. That should have told me something. I angled my flashlight toward the nearest mannequin's face. At first glance, it looked normal. Blank expression, smooth features, glossy finish. Then the beam caught the eyes. They weren't plastic. They were set into the sockets where the molded eyes should have been, fitted so tightly that there were no gaps. Real eyes, human eyes. The whites were slightly yellowed, veins visible. The irises were brown, flecked with green. They reflected the light differently, wet instead of dull. I staggered back, nearly tripping over a ribbon spool. My heart was hammering hard enough to make my vision pulse. I swung the flashlight wildly, checking the others. Every mannequin had them, different colors. Blue, gray, hazel, some bloodshot, some clouded, some startlingly clear. Lashes brushed against the plastic cheeks. In a few, the lids had been left open too wide, stretched back so far I could see pink tissue at the edges. There was no blood on the faces, no mess, just eyes, installed with a care that made my stomach turn. I couldn't tell where they were looking. The pupils didn't track the light, didn't react. They stared inward, toward the center of the circle, toward the makeshift platform of wrapping paper and boxes. I forced myself to breathe through my nose. I told myself there had to be a mundane explanation. A disturbed individual, a group effort, someone with access to medical waste maybe, someone who knew how to work quickly and cleanly. It didn't make it better, but it kept me from panicking outright. The music surged again, louder, the reverse chorus stretching until it was just noise. My ears rang. I pressed my free hand against the side of my head, the flashlight wobbling. That's when I noticed the floor again. There were footprints in the paper dust, bare feet, adult size. They crisscrossed between the mannequins in the center, overlapping, as if more than one person had paced there for a long time. The tiles themselves were clean. Whoever had done this had removed their shoes before stepping into the paper, then put them back on before leaving. I swallowed and raised my radio. This was no longer a call-it-in-later situation. I keyed the mic, tried to keep my voice steady, and reported what I'd found in clipped professional terms. I didn't mention the eyes at first. I said there was extensive vandalism, possible biohazard, requested backup. The response crackled back, distorted by the building. Acknowledged, units en route. ETA unclear. I lowered the radio and looked back at the mannequins. For a moment, I thought one of them had shifted. It was subtle, a change in the angle of a shoulder, the slightest difference in how the light hit the cheek. I told myself it was my imagination, the music, the stress. I fixed my gaze on that mannequin, a female form in a summer dress, one arm bent as if mid-gesture. Nothing moved. The sound system shrieked, the reversed vocals peaking, and then cut out abruptly. The silence was worse. Without the music, every small sound became enormous. The hum of the lights, my own breathing too fast, the faint creak of the building settling. I stepped closer to the center, drawn despite myself. The platform wasn't an altar. I knew that word carried implications I didn't want. It was just a table arrangement, packaging debris. But the symmetry was undeniable, the care taken. On top of the boxes lay a single object I hadn't noticed before. It was a security badge. Not mine. A different design. Older. The plastic was scuffed. The photo worn. The name was still readable. I recognized it. A guard who'd worked the mall years before me. Someone who'd quit abruptly. I'd heard his name in passing, attached to jokes about paranoia and burnout. I didn't touch it. Behind me, something scraped softly against tile. I spun around, flashlight up. The mannequins were still. All of them, exactly as before. The scrape came again, closer this time. It wasn't footsteps, it was plastic on plastic, a faint rasp like something being adjusted with care. I turned in a slow circle, the beams sweeping faces, eyes catching the light one by one. Then I realized what had changed. The circle was tighter. They hadn't moved all at once. They hadn't lunged or stepped. They were closer by inches, maybe less, each one repositioned just enough to shrink the space around the center. Around me, my throat closed. I backed up until my shoulders hit a rack. Hangers clattering loudly. The noise echoed, sharp in the silence. The mannequins didn't react. I forced myself to walk, not run, toward the exit. Running felt like the wrong choice, the wrong signal. My boots crunched on paper. My flashlight shook despite my grip. Halfway there, the lights flickered. Once, twice. Then they went out entirely. Emergency lighting kicked in, bathing the store in dim red. The mannequins became silhouettes, their eye reflections gone. The air felt heavier, pressing down on my ears. In the darkness, I heard breathing that wasn't mine. It was shallow, controlled, coming from multiple directions. I froze. Every muscle locked. I strained to listen, to place it. It didn't sound like someone hiding. It sounded like someone concentrating. The breathing stopped. The light snapped back on. The mannequins were back in their original positions, spaced evenly, arms at their sides. The circle was wide again. The floor between them was empty. The badge was gone. I didn't wait for another change. I moved fast then, shoving through the exit, pulling the gate down with shaking hands. The metal rattled loudly as it slammed into place. I locked it and backed away, never turning my back on the storefront until I hit the opposite wall of the corridor. Backup arrived minutes later, their flashlights cutting through the space, their voices loud and real. I tried to explain what I'd seen. I showed them the store. Inside, everything was normal. The mannequins were back on their platforms, dressed and posed like any other night. The tables were neatly arranged with folded clothes. There was no wrapping paper, no boxes, no footprints. The sound system was off. They looked at me carefully, asked me if I was feeling all right. I nodded. I insisted they check the cameras. The footage showed me entering the store, walking the aisles, standing alone in the center for several minutes, turning in slow circles, my flashlight swinging, talking into my radio, then leaving quickly. Nothing else moved. They sent me home early. Mandatory rest, follow-up meeting scheduled. I didn't argue. I still work nights, but I don't take the East Wing anymore. Someone else does. Sometimes when I pass the clothing store during the day, I stop and look through the glass. The mannequins stare past me, blank and harmless. Plastic eyes, molded and dull. But every so often when the lights are just right, I could swear I see moisture there, a shine that doesn't belong. And in the quiet moments of my patrol, when the mall breathes around me and the music systems cycle through their tests, I sometimes hear a familiar melody pulling backward through the vents, growing louder, closer, until I can't tell if it's coming from the speakers or from inside my own head. I never liked that thing in the first place. The elf showed up the first December after I bought the house, left on the kitchen counter by my sister with a grin that felt smug even then. Red felt suit, plastic face, the kind of smile that doesn't change no matter where you leave it. I told myself it was just a decoration, a harmless modern tradition meant to watch and report, nothing more. I put it on the bookshelf in the living room and forgot about it as best I could. It moved the first time sometime after dawn. I notice because I am a creature of habit. I wake early, before the sun fully clears the neighboring roofs, and I make coffee in the same order every morning. That morning when I walked into the kitchen, The elf was sitting on the counter by the sink. Its legs dangled over the edge, toes pointed down as if it had been placed carefully. In its hands was my kitchen knife. Not a toy knife, the real one from the block. The heavy chef's knife I used every night. I froze in the doorway. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet you get when the heat hasn't kicked on yet. The knife rested naturally in the elf's small plastic grip, angled just enough to catch the light from the window. For a few seconds I honestly believed someone was playing a joke on me. Maybe my sister had come by early. Maybe a neighbor had keys. I scanned the room for signs of someone else. An open window. A chair moved. There was nothing. I put the coffee mug down because my hand was shaking, and I remember thinking how ridiculous that was. It was a doll. Someone had put it there, that was all. I crossed the room, took the knife out of its hands, and set it back in the block. The elf toppled sideways when I nudged it, landing on its back, staring up at the ceiling. I left it there, I didn't touch it again. The rest of the day passed without incident, though I kept catching myself glancing toward the kitchen, expecting to see it upright again. When I got home that evening, it was still on its back where it had fallen. I told myself I'd imagined the knife part, that maybe I'd left it out and my mind had filled in the rest. I went to bed uneasy, but tired enough to sleep. The next morning, the elf was gone, not moved. Gone. The counter was empty. The bookshelf in the living room was empty. I checked the bathroom, the bedroom, even the garage, half expecting to find it somewhere stupid and obvious. It was nowhere. In its place, on the kitchen floor was a thin trail of red liquid. At first I thought it was spilled juice. It looked watery, smeared in places as if something had been dragged through it. It started near the counter and led toward the hall. I followed it slowly, my stomach tightening with each step. The trail went past the laundry room and stopped at the small door that led to the crawl space. That door is usually closed. It was open an inch. I stood there for a long time, listening. The house made its usual sounds. Pipes ticking, the faint hum of the refrigerator, nothing else. I called my pet's name out of habit, expecting the familiar sound of claws on tile. There was no answer. I called again, louder. Still nothing. I remember kneeling to look closer at the red trail. It had dried in places, darkened to a rusty color. It didn't smell like juice. It didn't smell like anything I recognized. I wiped my finger through it and held it up to the light, then wiped my finger on my jeans and stood quickly, suddenly very aware of how alone I was. I didn't open the crawl space door then. I closed it instead. I told myself I would deal with it after work, after daylight, after I'd had time to think. I locked the door behind me when I left the house that morning. I checked on my pet again before I went, calling, shaking the treat jar. There was no sign. Work was a blur. I couldn't focus. Every red notification on my phone made my heart jump. I called home twice, listening to the empty ringing, as if I might hear something through the line. When I finally drove back that evening, the sun was already low, throwing long shadows across the yard. The crawl space door was still closed. The red trail was still there. My pet was still gone. I spent that night on the couch with all the lights on. I told myself that animals get out sometimes, that maybe the door had been left open, that the trail could have been something else entirely. I didn't say any of it out loud. Saying it would have made it feel less convincing. The next morning, I opened the crawl space. The air that came out was stale and cold. I crouched low and shone a flashlight inside. The beam cut across dirt and insulation, the low wooden supports that held the house up. The red trail continued inside, thinner now, fading as it went deeper. I crawled in on my hands and knees, the space tight enough that my back brushed the beams. My breath sounded loud in my ears. I found the collar about 6 feet in. It was lying in the dirt, unmistakable. I picked it up and turned it over in my hands, my fingers tracing the worn spot near the buckle. I don't remember making any sound, but my throat hurt afterward as if I'd been screaming. I set the collar down gently, like it might break if I dropped it. That was when I saw the rest. Beyond the collar, tucked between two supports, was something arranged deliberately. Small pieces, cleaned and stacked, forming a seat no bigger than a shoebox. A throne, bones, too small to belong to anything large, fitted together in a way that suggested time and care. At the top, propped against the beam, was the elf. It sat upright, legs crossed, hands resting on its knees. Its smile looked the same as always. There was no knife this time. There didn't need to be. I backed out of the crawl space without turning around. My head hit a beam and I didn't feel it until later. I slammed the door shut and pushed a chair against it, then another. I sat on the kitchen floor for a long time, staring at the place where the trail had begun. I didn't call anyone. I don't know why. I think part of me knew how it would sound. A missing pet, a doll, a mess under the house. I cleaned the trail with bleach until the floor smelled sharp and my eyes burned. I threw away the rug by the door. I put the collar in a box and taped it shut. The elf stayed under the house. I could feel it there. That sounds crazy, but it's the only way I can explain it. The house felt occupied in a way it hadn't before, like something had claimed it. I slept in the guest room with the door locked. Every morning I checked the crawlspace door. It stayed closed. Nothing else moved. Nothing else went missing. December ended. I packed away the decorations I had put up, leaving the box with the elf's picture on it empty. I told myself I would deal with it later. I told myself a lot of things. It's been years now. I still live in the house. I've had work done under there, inspections, repairs. I'm careful about when and how. I don't mention the throne. I don't mention the doll. I don't put up decorations that watch. Sometimes, early in the morning, before the sun clears the roofs, I hear something shift beneath the floorboards, a small, careful movement, like someone settling into a seat they've earned. I don't investigate anymore. I make my coffee, and I don't look down at the floor because I know where it leads, and I know what modern traditions can become when they find a place to sit. I noticed the lights first because they were wrong. They were supposed to be steady, a warm outline tracing the banister and the tall windows, the kind of tasteful Christmas display that makes an old Victorian look less like a museum piece and more like a home. I was in the kitchen rinsing a mug when the rhythm caught my eye through the doorway. A stutter where there should have been calm. On, off, on, long pause, on, off, off. The pattern repeated, stubborn and precise, and once I saw it I couldn't unsee it. Outside, the evening had settled into that blue-gray quiet that comes early in December. The house creaked as it always did when the temperature dropped. Wood contracting, pipes complaining. I dried my hands on a towel and stepped into the parlor, my boots soft on the old rug. The lights along the mantel flashed again. Not random, not the hiccup of a bad bulb. They were speaking. I live alone. That's been true since I bought the place, since I signed papers and accepted keys heavy with history. The house is tall and narrow, 3 stories with a steep roof and a footprint that looks simple from the street. There is no basement. That was one of the selling points, or at least something the inspector noted with relief. No below grade, he'd said, tapping his clipboard. Less moisture, fewer surprises. The lights blinked. I stood still, listening to the faint buzz of electricity and the tick of the wall clock. I had a passing familiarity with Morse code, the way anyone does who's ever spent a night bored and curious on the internet. Long and short, dashes and dots. I pulled my phone from my pocket and started counting, whispering under my breath. Short, 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 pause, long, long, long. Another pause, short, 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 so SE. I laughed once, a single breath of disbelief. Decorations glitch. Controllers fail. Cheap timers do strange things when they're cold. I walked to the outlet and unplugged the strand. The room dimmed, the clock kept ticking. The house sighed. I plugged it back in. The lights resumed, immediately, as if they had been waiting. I sat on the edge of the couch and watched. The pattern shifted, longer phrases. My fingers moved on the phone screen, translating as I went. The humor draining away with each letter. Help Hull from. Basement, I stared at the word until it blurred. The parlor smelled faintly of pine from the tree I'd hauled in earlier that afternoon. The branches were still tied with twine, waiting for me to make time. There was no basement. I had walked every inch of this house before I bought it. I had measured rooms, counted outlets, cursed the narrow staircase. There was no door I had missed, no set of stairs descending into darkness. The lights kept blinking. From basement, I stood and walked the perimeter of the room, checking the outlets, the controller box. It was warm in my hand, plastic humming. I tried another strand, plugged it into the same outlet. That one glowed steady. The original continued its message, unconcerned with my tests. The words repeated, patient, relentless. I did what people do when something impossible intrudes on the mundane. I tried to explain it away. Maybe a neighbor's signal bleeding through, some interference riding the line. Maybe I had misread, my brain imposing meaning on noise. I opened the breaker panel and flipped switches until the parlor went dark, the clock stopping with a soft click. In the sudden quiet, my ears rang. When I restored power, the lights came back to life and spelled the message again. Cleaner this time, as if grateful for the reset. My phone buzzed in my hand. A text from the utility company about a planned outage next week. The normal world intruded, thin and fragile. I sat at the dining table and wrote the translation on a scrap of paper, needing to see it in ink. Help from basement. The paper looked ridiculous on the polished wood, like a note from a prank. I folded it and put it in my pocket. The house felt different now, larger somehow, its familiar angles suspect. I walked through each room, turning on lights, opening doors. The bathrooms were empty. The closets held coats and boxes. The stairs creaked the way they always had. In the hallway, I paused over a section of floor where the runner rug had bunched. I knelt and smoothed it, my hand brushing against the wood beneath. The boards were old, worn thin in places, their grain raised like scars. I pressed with my thumb. One board flexed, just slightly with a dull sound that wasn't like the others. I froze, listening. The house held its breath with me. I pressed again, the same give. I slid the rug aside and examined the board. Its nails were newer than the rest, their heads catching the light. My heart beat in my throat, loud and embarrassing. There was no basement. I told myself that as I fetched a flathead screwdriver from the kitchen drawer. The metal felt heavy and wrong in my hand. I worked the tip under the edge of the board and levered it up. The wood protested with a dry crack, and then it was loose. Beneath it was not dirt or joist, but a square of plywood, cut clean and framed. A seam running around its perimeter. I stood back, my breath shallow. The lights in the parlor continued their message, bleeding down the hall in flickers. I crouched again and pried at the plywood. It was heavier than it looked. When it finally lifted, it revealed a darkness that smelled of cold stone, and something else, something stale and human. A ladder descended into the black. I did not go down right away. I sat on the hallway floor and stared into the opening, my mind racing through possibilities. Old houses have crawl spaces. They have forgotten features. This could be some kind of root cellar, sealed off and forgotten. It could be nothing. The message could be coincidence layered on coincidence. I could cover it back up and call a professional in the morning. I could call the police now and sound insane. The light spelled please. I turned on my phone's flashlight and aimed it down the ladder. The beam caught on rungs worn smooth, on walls of rough stone that disappeared into shadow. The air that rose was cold enough to fog my breath. I swung my legs over the edge and felt for the ladder with my foot. The rung was solid. The space below was larger than I expected, more room than a simple crawl space would allow. The ceiling was low enough that I had to hunch, the stones sweating moisture. The beam of my light picked out objects as I descended. A bucket, a folded blanket, a plastic bottle lying on its side, empty. My stomach clenched. At the bottom, I stood on packed earth. The ladder ended in a small chamber that opened into another, the walls supported by timber that looked old but sound. The smell was stronger here. I took a step forward and nearly tripped over a length of cable running along the floor. disappearing into the wall. I followed it with my eyes to a junction box mounted on a post, wires branching out like veins. The Christmas lights. They were strung along the beams, not glowing here, but their cords were unmistakable. The cable ran to a power strip plugged into an outlet that should not have existed. Someone had run electricity down here, tapped into the house. My house. I called out then, my voice echoing. Thin and useless. I used my name as if that mattered. The answer was a sound that might have been a cough or a laugh. I moved toward it, my light shaking. The second chamber held a cot, a metal frame with a thin mattress. A person lay on it, curled on their side, their face turned away. They were wrapped in layers of clothing, their hair matted. The sight of another human being in that place hit me like a blow. I dropped to my knees beside the cot, words spilling out of me, apologies and promises tangled together. They turned their heads slowly. Their eyes were open, too bright in the beam. Their mouth moved. Sound came out, but it took me a moment to understand it as speech. They were asking how long it had been. They were asking if I could hear the lights. I nodded, my throat tight. I told them help was coming, that I would call someone, that everything would be okay. I did not know if any of that was true. I asked how they got there. I asked who they were. Their answers were fragments, names and dates that did not line up, a story that slid sideways when I tried to grasp it. They talked about the house as if it were alive, as if it had made room for them. I stood, backing away, my head swimming. The cable at my feet hummed faintly. The lights upstairs flashed on my mental map. Dutiful and obedient, I climbed the ladder on shaking legs, emerged into the hallway, and replaced the plywood and board as best I could. My hands clumsy. I shoved the rug back into place. In the parlor, the lights went dark as I unplugged them. The sudden silence was worse than the blinking had been. I called the police. I tried to explain. Words failed me. I waited, sitting stiffly, staring at the blank mantle, the unplugged strand coiled like a dead thing. Somewhere beneath my feet, the house held its secret, breathing quietly. When the officers arrived, I led them to the hallway. We pulled up the rug together. The boards were solid, unbroken, their nails old and flush. There was no give when we pressed, no seam, no hatch. They looked at me with concern, with the practiced neutrality of people who have seen many kinds of trouble. They checked the rest of the house, politely thorough. There was no basement. They left me with pamphlets and suggestions. I stood in the doorway and watched their car disappear down the street, its lights a brief echo of the pattern that had started everything. I went back inside and sat in the parlor until the clock chimed the hour. The tree stood undecorated, its branches sagging. Later, when I lay in bed, the house settled around me. I thought about the cable I had seen, the junction box, the cot. I thought about the way the person's eyes had followed me, hopeful and afraid. I listened for tapping, for signals in the pipes, for anything that might resolve the impossible into something I could act on. The silence pressed in, heavy as the old walls. I did not sleep. Near dawn, I got up and walked the hallway again, my bare feet cold on the floor. I knelt and pressed on the boards. They were unyielding. I smoothed the rug, careful and precise. When I stood, the house felt as it always had, tall and empty. In the gray light, the parlor looked harmless, the unplugged lights inert. I plugged them back in. They did not blink. They glowed steady, a soft, ordinary warmth. I stood there until my legs ached, waiting for a message that did not come. The house offered me nothing, only the creak of wood and the promise of another evening. I unplugged the strand and put it back in the box, my hands sure and practiced. Somewhere below, if below still existed, someone waited, and I had no way to reach them again. No proof they had ever been there, only the memory of a signal that found me once, and then went quiet, as if it had said all it could say. We were still laughing when the ice caught the sun, our boots skidding on the lake the way they always did at daybreak, the snow crust crisp enough to sing under our weight. I remember thinking the air smelled clean, like metal and pine sap, and that the morning had that harmless blue that makes you feel younger than you are. We were a week into a winter rental, 5 of us pretending adulthood could be paused by distance and cold. Someone suggested a game on the lake, something childish involving a stick and a set of rules nobody could agree on, and we went out there without jackets zipped, without hats pulled down, without the caution that comes later in the day. The lake was a wide white plate with its edges feathered by reeds and cattails frozen in a bow. The woods rose around it, dark with spruce and birch, a ridge lifting on the far side like a shoulder. The sun was just clearing the tree line when we saw it near the middle, a shape that didn't belong to snow or ice the way the rest did. At first it looked like an art project abandoned by someone with too much time and too little sense. A human figure carved from clear ice, upright and perfect, as if someone had stood there and been caught mid-step. We skated closer because that's what you do when you think you've found something whimsical. The ice around it was smooth, glassy, with the faint scarring of refrozen cracks. The figure was clear enough that you could see the faint clouding where air had been trapped. Someone joked about a winter festival. Someone else said it was creepy but impressive. I remember the light, how it bent through the ice and painted pale rainbows on the snow. It was still just a sculpture then, a novelty to point at. The scream started when the sun hit the face. It wasn't loud at first. It was thin and cut, like breath pulled across a sore throat. The sound traveled oddly through the ice, amplified and softened at the same time, and for a moment my mind refused to connect it to the shape in front of us. Then the face moved. The eyelids fluttered behind the clear shell, lashes clumped with frost, lips parting against the ice as if tasting it. The scream turned into a rasping inhale that left a bloom of fog trapped inside the block. We fell back on our heels, arms windmilling, and the lake answered with a hollow boom. I went down hard, palms burning where the cold bit through my gloves. There was a smell then, faint but real, of breath and skin and something sour that wasn't snow. The ice sculpture was a person, a living person encased so perfectly that even their hair was suspended as if underwater. We did what people do in emergencies when the instructions haven't been written yet. We talked at once. We moved without moving closer. Someone said we had to get them out. Someone said we had to get help. The scream came again, louder, the sound cracking into the air now that the ice had warmed enough to flex. The eyes behind it rolled toward us, pleading, frantic. I pressed my ear against the ice without thinking, and heard the muffled panic inside, a heartbeat that sounded like a trapped animal. My breath fogged the surface and then froze. The ice was thick, clear, a single continuous shell. There were no seams, no obvious place to break it without hurting the person inside. I could see the faint red of their fingers where they pressed against the inside, the skin blanching and flushing as circulation fought the cold. It was then I noticed the ridge. At first it was just a glint, a line of reflected light that didn't belong to ice or snow. Then it resolved into metal, a long wand connected to a hose that disappeared behind a stand of trees. A man stood there, far enough away that his features were lost, close enough that his posture was unmistakable. He wasn't hiding, he was watching. The man held a high-pressure water sprayer, the kind used to strip paint or carve channels in concrete. Even from that distance, the hose was thick, industrial. The water at its tip sprayed a fine mist into the cold air, catching the sunlight like glitter. He angled it toward the ice figure, just a little, and the mist kissed the surface. The scream spiked, sharp enough to make my teeth ache. The realization came as a physical blow. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't art. This was a hunt, and we had stumbled into the middle of it. We waved. We shouted. We made ourselves big and obvious. The man on the ridge didn't react the way someone does when they've been caught. He adjusted his stance and brought the sprayer up, the stream narrowing. He didn't point it at us. He traced the ice careful, methodical, keeping the water moving so it wouldn't crack too fast. He was managing the melt. He was savoring it. I grabbed my phone and called emergency services. My fingers numb enough that I had to look at the screen to be sure I was pressing the right buttons. The connection stuttered. The dispatcher's voice was calm and distant. I tried to explain without sounding hysterical. a person trapped in ice on a frozen lake, a man with industrial equipment, a ridge, daybreak, snow. The scream inside the ice faltered, turned into a wet cough. The person's head sagged forward as the ice softened around their neck. I knew enough about cold to know what was happening, about shock and exposure, and the way warming too fast can be as dangerous as freezing. We needed tools. We needed insulation. We needed help. We didn't have. One of us ran back toward the shore to fetch anything from the rental, slipping and swearing. The rest of us stood there useless and terrified, our attention split between the victim and the man on the ridge. He shifted his weight, testing something. The sprayer's note changed, the pressure rising. The water cut a thin channel down the ice torso, steam lifting where it hit, when the siren wailed in the distance, faint but real. The man finally looked away from his work. He turned his head toward the sound, then back to us. Even at that distance, I felt the weight of his attention. He lowered the sprayer and took a step back, disappearing into the trees. We thought it meant he was leaving. The ice cracked with a sound like a gunshot. A fissure spidered across the chest, the channel widening as water pooled and ran. The person inside sagged forward, the shell no longer strong enough to hold them upright. We rushed in then, instinct overpowering fear, bracing the block with our bodies, trying to keep it from collapsing. My gloves froze to the surface. The person's breath came in ragged bursts, fogging and freezing. The woods answered with a different sound, the crunch of boots on snow that wasn't on the lake. The man didn't come back to the ridge. He came down toward the shore, angling to cut us off from the path we'd taken. The hose snaked behind him, dragging over branches. The sprayer was up again, not aimed at the ice now. We didn't wait to see what he would do. We pulled away, tearing gloves free, skin burning. The person in the ice made a sound that might have been a word. I didn't understand it. I don't think they expected us to leave them. I don't think they could imagine anything else. We ran. The lake is flat until it isn't, until your feet find the places where ice and snow meet and don't agree. We scattered without planning, each of us choosing a direction that felt like escape. I headed for the trees on the opposite side, lungs tearing at the cold, ears full of my own blood. Behind me, the sprayer roared, a sound like tearing cloth, magnified by pressure. A line of water cut across the ice, skidding, spraying, turning patches slick as glass. I hit the shore hard and kept going, branches whipping my face, needles snagging my clothes. The woods were denser than they looked, the ground uneven under the snow. The sound of the sprayer followed, closer now, the hose catching on trunks, the man grunting as he yanked it free. He knew the terrain. He moved like someone who had planned this. I didn't look back until I tripped and went down. Breath punched out of me. When I rolled, snow filling my mouth, I saw him between the trees, closer than I expected. He wore insulated coveralls and a hood, his face still indistinct, his eyes hidden by glare. The sprayer swung toward me, and I scrambled, rolling again, the stream slicing through where I'd been a second before. The water cut bark, shaved snow, burned where it touched exposed skin. I crawled, then ran, then crawled again when my legs betrayed me. The woods funneled into a low place where the snow was deeper, the cold sinking into my bones. I heard someone else crash through brush to my left, their breathing ragged, then a shout cut short. The sprayer's note rose, fell, the sirens grew louder, closer, then split into two, then three. The man slowed. He changed direction, angling away, pulling the hose with practiced jerks. He didn't panic. He didn't run. He melted back into the trees as if the woods had been waiting to take him. I found a fallen log and wedged myself behind it, pulling snow over my head, pressing my face into bark to stop my breath from fogging. The cold was an ache that filled my chest. The sprayer faded. The sirens swelled. Voices cut through the woods. Commands, boots, radios crackling. They found us one by one. Hands hauled me up, wrapped me in blankets, pressed a cup against my lips. I tried to talk. My teeth chattered too hard. I pointed back toward the lake, back toward the ice. The responders exchanged looks and moved faster. By the time we were herded into vehicles, the sun was higher. The blue of the morning burned away. I watched through the window as they worked on the lake, a cluster of figures around the collapsed ice. They moved carefully, methodically, the way people do when the outcome is uncertain, and the stakes are too high for haste. I couldn't see the person anymore. Only fragments of clear ice like broken glass. Later, they told us the victim didn't survive. Hypothermia and shock. Compounded by the way the ice had been warmed, they told us they found equipment near the ridge, hoses and a pump staged with intention. They told us they were searching the woods, that this wasn't the first report in the area. They told us to rest, to drink water, to call our families. We left that day. The rental stayed empty, our things packed without care. On the drive out, the woods closed in on both sides of the road, dark and ordinary. I kept seeing the way the ice caught the sun, the way light can turn cruelty into something that looks beautiful from a distance. I still think about daybreak on that lake, about how play turns into shock without warning, about how pursuit feels when you're young and think you're safe. I think about the sound of water under pressure, and the way ice holds a shape until it doesn't. Some mornings when the light comes in low and clean, I can almost hear that first thin scream again, and I know how close we were to becoming sculptures ourselves, frozen clear for someone else's morning game. I found the Nutcracker the week after I moved into the house, when the nights were still cool and the streetlights outside hummed without flicker. I was alone, boxes half unpacked, and I needed something small to feel finished. The attic had been advertised as dry storage. I climbed the ladder with a flashlight and a canvas tote, expecting old insulation and spider webs, nothing else. The Nutcracker was sitting upright on a cedar chest, knees square, hands fixed around a baton that had gone dull with age. It was the size of my forearm, painted in a red jacket with chipped gold trim. The face was carved with a grin that had been meant to be festive once. I remember thinking it didn't belong there, that it was too deliberate a thing to have been forgotten. There were no tags, no dust pattern to suggest it had been moved recently. I put it in the tote because it seemed wrong to leave it alone. Downstairs, I set it on the mantel. It fit the house better than I expected, like it had been measured for the space. I told myself it was just a decoration, a curiosity from some previous owner who had liked kitsch. I went to bed early, exhausted, and didn't think about it again until the next night. The first movement was small. I noticed it because I am particular about straight lines. The Nutcracker had been centered on the mantel between two candle holders. I went to the kitchen, came back, and it was closer to the left candle by a finger's width. I moved it back and blamed the slant of the floor, then felt embarrassed for even noticing. Old houses settle, wood shifts. I went to bed. The second night, I tested myself. I placed a strip of painter's tape on the mantel, marked the Nutcracker's heels, and took a picture on my phone. I turned my back to rinse a glass, came back, and the heels were just beyond the tape. Not much, several inches maybe, enough that my stomach tightened before my brain could argue. I lifted it. It was heavier than it looked, dense in a way carved toys usually aren't. The paint was cool. I set it back exactly on the tape and stood there, counting my breaths until the tightness eased. When I turned away again, it did not move. I laughed at myself and took the tape off, telling myself I had invited the trick by testing it. That night, I dreamed of teeth. It was on the third day that I saw the mouth properly. In daylight, with coffee cooling on the counter, I bent to wipe the mantel and noticed the teeth weren't carved wood. They were irregular, off-white, with the faint translucence of enamel. They were set into the jaw at slight angles, each one distinct, molars, notched with tiny grooves, the way real teeth are worn by years of use. I didn't touch them. I stood and stared until the coffee went cold. I told myself it was a clever restoration. Someone had replaced the teeth with something meant to look realistic. People do worse things with antiques. I told myself that until I realized I could see hairline cracks at the gum line where glue had yellowed. The smell, when I leaned close, was faint and sweet and wrong. That evening, I wrapped the nutcracker in a towel and put it back in the attic. I set it deep inside a cardboard box, under old paint cans. I didn't feel relief so much as a tight, watchful patience, like waiting for a storm to decide which way it would go. At night, the house was quiet, in the way only residential streets get after midnight. No traffic, no sirens, just the distant tick of cooling pipes and the refrigerator's hum. I lay awake longer than I wanted to. At some point, there was a sound from above, not a step, not a thump, just a dry click like wood on wood. I didn't get up. I waited for it to become something I could name. It didn't. In the morning, the attic ladder was down. I stood under it and looked up at the square of darkness. The towel lay on the floor, unfolded. The box was still where I had put it, collapsed inward as if something heavy had been lifted out. I took the nutcracker and carried it back downstairs with the towel wrapped tight around its head. I didn't set it on the mantel. I put it on the kitchen table, face down, and opened every window. That was the day it started moving, when I wasn't testing it. I would set it on a chair, turn to wash my hands and feel it behind me before I saw it, closer than it should be, several inches at a time, always when my back was turned, always silent. I tried placing it in a closet and wedging the door shut. I found it later at the base of the stairs, upright, as if waiting to be noticed. I stopped sleeping in my bed. I dozed on the couch with the lights on. I kept the nutcracker in the sink, under a pan, then in the bathtub with the drain closed. Each place bought me a few hours of nothing happening, which felt worse than proof. The house felt smaller, its ordinary rooms narrowing around an object I couldn't explain without sounding ridiculous, even to myself. On the fifth night, I woke to pressure. It was heavy and specific, pinning my shoulders, pressing my chest down until my breath came shallow and fast. The room was dark except for the digital clock's red numbers. The nutcracker stood on me, feet planted on my sternum, its painted boots leaving cold circles through my shirt. Its face was inches from mine. The jaw was open, the teeth clicking together in a slow, rhythmic pattern that matched the clock's seconds. I tried to shout. My throat worked, but no sound came out. I could smell the faint sweetness again, closer now mixed with old varnish. The eyes were glass, blank, reflecting my own face in tiny curved halves. I shoved at its legs. It did not wobble. The weight pressed harder as if it were learning how to stand. I twisted, finally forcing one knee up. The movement broke whatever balance it had found. The nutcracker tipped and fell off me, hit the floor and rolled. The clicking stopped. I sucked air and sat up, my chest aching where it had stood. The room was otherwise unchanged. No marks on my skin, no footprints on the sheet. I didn't pick it up. I backed into the bathroom and locked the door, slid down against the tub and stayed there until morning light pushed under the door. When I came out, the nutcracker was upright again, centered on the rug as if placed there carefully. I tried to get rid of it in daylight. I put it in the trunk of my car and drove to the dump on the edge of town. I waited in line, heart pounding, the trunk clicking as it cooled. When my turn came, the attendant waved me forward and pointed. I opened the trunk. It was empty except for the towel. I drove home shaking, the steering wheel slick under my hands. The nutcracker was back on the mantel when I walked in. Between the candle holders, heels aligned as if measured. The painter's tape mark was still faintly visible on the wood, a pale scar where I had tried to be clever. I stopped trying to explain it. I focused on practical things. I slept with a chair jammed under my bedroom door. I kept the lights on. I kept my back to walls. I did not turn my back on the mantel. When I had to pass it, I watched the reflection in the window across from it, unwilling to look directly, but unwilling not to see. It moved anyway, inches, feet, always when I blinked or shifted my gaze. The clicks came back, sometimes from the kitchen, sometimes from the hall, a dry punctuation to the night. Once I found a tooth on the floor by the couch, smooth and warm, and I kicked it under the radiator because I couldn't bring myself to touch it. The last time it climbed on me, I was ready enough to react without thinking. I grabbed it by the jacket and slammed it against the wall. The paint cracked. The jaw clacked once and stuck open. The teeth were crowded, real, set deep. I threw it down the stairs and followed, heart hammering, every light blazing. It lay at the bottom, split at the shoulder, one arm twisted. I picked it up with both hands and felt the weight shift, resisting. I don't remember deciding what to do next. I remember the back door open, the cold air, the wet grass under my bare feet. I remember digging in the yard with a spade meant for planting, the soil heavy and dark. I remember the sound when I dropped it in the hole. Not wood on dirt, but something duller. I covered it and tamped the ground flat, my hands shaking. The house was quiet after that. I slept in my bed with the lights off. In the morning, the yard looked ordinary. The mantel was empty. I sold the house 2 weeks later and told the realtor nothing that would make her laugh. When I drove away for the last time, the streetlights hummed, steady and unremarkable, and I kept my eyes on the road, thinking only of distance, of leaving something behind without turning back. Sometimes when I wake at night in a different house, in a different town, there is a pressure on my chest that fades when I sit up, and a clicking sound that stops when I hold my breath. I still have the envelope. It's creased from being opened and closed too many times, and it smells faintly of old iron no matter how often I try to air it out. I'm writing this now because I don't trust my memory anymore, and because when people tell this story for me, they always get the order wrong. They make it sound like panic came first. It didn't. What came first was routine. The week before Christmas, I helped my child write a letter to Santa at the kitchen table. It was late afternoon, the gray kind of winter light that makes the countertops look dull, no matter how clean they are. I corrected spelling when asked, suggested a few practical wishes, and folded the paper neatly. We walked to the mailbox together, breath puffing in the cold, and slid the envelope through the slot with the rest of the neighborhood's bills and catalogs. It felt like the safest ritual in the world, a small act shared by millions that never asks anything back. 2 days later, when I checked the mail after dinner, the box was heavier than usual. Among the envelopes was the same one we'd sent, unmistakable because of my child's looping handwriting. It had been returned. No stamp, no postmark, just our address rewritten on the front in a dark, uneven hand. I stood on the porch longer than I should have, turning it over. The ink looked wrong, thick in places, flaked thin in others. When I tore it open, the paper inside resisted, as if it had been damp and dried again. The smell hit me before the words did. Not rot exactly, but something stale and metallic. The reply was written beneath my child's original letter, the cheerful lines crowded by a tighter script. It thanked them for writing. It mentioned the weather at the North Pole in a way that sounded like someone guessing. Then it listed names under a heading that read Naughty. My name was there. So was my partner's. I remember thinking, absurdly, that it was some kind of prank, a neighbor's bad joke that had gone too far. I remember smoothing the paper on the counter and reading it again, slower, looking for a signature or a clue. There wasn't one, just a final line about visits being made regardless, and a promise that the list would be addressed before morning. I didn't show it to my child. I folded it back into the envelope and put it in a drawer with batteries and spare keys. I told myself I would deal with it later. After bedtime, after dishes, after the normal steps that keep a house running. That was my defining failure. I treated it like an interruption instead of a warning. Night came early. The temperature dropped. We locked the doors as usual. I checked the windows, the back gate, the garage. I remember pausing under the chimney in the living room, looking up at the clean brickwork in the black square of the flue, and feeling a flicker of embarrassment at my own nerves. There was nothing there. Sometime after midnight, a smell woke me. It crept into the bedroom slowly, heavy enough to be noticed even in sleep. I thought at first that a pipe had backed up, or something had burned in the kitchen. I got out of bed quietly so I wouldn't wake anyone, and followed it down the hall. The living room was darker than usual. The only light came from the street lamp filtering through the curtains. The smell was strongest there, pooling under the fireplace. When I knelt, my hand brushed something damp on the hearth. I turned on a lamp. The chimney was blocked. I don't have a better way to say it. The opening was filled with a mass that bulged outward, pressing against the grate. It was organic in the most basic sense, uneven and fibrous, with a slick sheen in places and a dry crust in others. It looked as if it had been forced down until it couldn't move anymore. The smell was overwhelming up close, a mix of spoiled meat and cold ash. I didn't touch it again. I backed away and stood there, listening to the house settle. No scratching, no movement, just the faint hum of the refrigerator and my own breathing, loud in my ears. I woke my partner. I told them something was wrong in the living room. I didn't mention the letter yet. I wanted to keep the explanation simple until I understood it myself. We stood together in front of the fireplace, the lamp throwing harsh shadows, and watched the mass as if it might shift. It didn't. We checked on our child, sleeping peacefully, mouth open, one hand curled around a stuffed toy. That sight decided everything. Fear sharpened into something colder and more focused. I went back to the kitchen and took the envelope out of the drawer. Under the light, the writing looked darker than before. Not red exactly, but close enough that I didn't want to think about it too hard. I showed it to my partner. They read it without speaking, their face changing in small, precise ways. When they finished, they folded it carefully, as if the paper itself were fragile. We didn't argue about what it meant. We didn't speculate out loud. We did what protective parents do when a threat stops being abstract. We moved. I grabbed coats, shoes, keys. My partner packed a bag with medications and documents by muscle memory alone. We carried our child, still asleep, out to the car. The cold air was a relief, sharp and clean compared to the house. As I pulled out of the driveway, I looked back once. The living room window was dark. The chimney rose above the roofline, innocent against the night sky. We drove to a hotel on the other side of town, the kind with bright lights and a desk clerk who doesn't ask questions at 3 a.m. I didn't sleep. I watched the door and listened to the heater click on and off. Every sound felt like a test I was failing. In the morning, with daylight and coffee, the world tried to reassert its logic. We talked about calling someone, a contractor, a chimney sweep, the police, maybe. We practiced phrases that made it sound manageable. An obstruction, vandalism, harassment. When we went back, the house smelled normal again. The fireplace was empty. Clean, even. No residue on the hearth. No stain on the brick. I checked the roof. The flue was clear. If there had ever been anything there, it had left without a trace. The envelope was still in the drawer. The writing hadn't changed. We didn't put up decorations that year. We didn't explain why. We just said plans had changed and tried to make new rituals that didn't involve chimneys or lists. People ask why we moved so suddenly in January. I give them a version that fits their expectations. I don't mention the letter. I don't mention the smell. I especially don't mention that sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I think about how heavy that mailbox felt, and how easily something answered a tradition meant for children, and how close it came to getting inside. I was hired to watch the house, because the owners didn't trust the pipes in winter, and I needed the money enough to say yes without seeing it first. The place sat alone at the end of a plowed drive, snow banked on both sides like a channel cut through white stone. I arrived after dark with my duffel and groceries, boots squealing on the porch boards, and I remember noticing how quiet it was inside once the door shut. No road noise, no neighbors, just the tick of cooling walls and the soft whine of the furnace finding its rhythm. They'd left a note on the counter about the thermostat, the emergency shutoff, and the baby monitor on the hall shelf. The monitor was for their dog, they said, to keep an eye on him when he slept in the guest room. The dog was gone with them, but the monitor stayed. I didn't think much of it. House-sitters inherit a lot of other people's habits. I unpacked, set my phone charging, and walked the house once with the lights on, touching door frames, opening closets, confirming what rooms existed: kitchen, living room, 2 bedrooms, bath, utility room off the mudroom. The hall was short and dead-ended at a linen closet. There were no tricks to it. Snow started again after midnight. I noticed because the windows brightened with the sky's reflection, and the wind shifted its voice. I made tea, killed the living room lights, and left one lamp on in the kitchen so the place wouldn't feel hollow. When I passed the hall shelf, the baby monitor's parent unit glowed. I hadn't turned it on. The screen showed a narrow hallway with a runner rug I didn't recognize. Walls painted a color close to the houses but wrong in the way old photos are wrong. The image was steady. The timestamp was current. I stood there longer than made sense, checking the angle. The monitor camera was a small cube with a clip, still attached to the shelf edge, pointed toward the real hall. I looked from the live feed to the physical space and back again. On the screen, the hallway stretched farther than it should, narrowing toward a darker end. In the real house, the hall ended 5 steps from me. I walked those 5 steps and held my hand up where the linen closet door should be. On the screen, nothing interrupted the view. I told myself it was picking up a neighbor's signal. That happened. Cheap monitors bled into each other. I turned the parent unit off, then on again. The image returned unchanged. I unplugged it from the wall. The screen stayed lit for a moment on battery, then dimmed. When I plugged it back in, the hallway came back like a held breath released. I didn't sleep. I moved the monitor to the kitchen table and kept it in my peripheral vision while I sat with my back to the counter. Around 2, the image shifted as if something had nudged the camera. The perspective tilted a few degrees, enough to make the runner rug's pattern slide. I went to the shelf. The camera was exactly where I'd left it, clip biting the wood, cord slack. I adjusted it deliberately, angling it so the real hall filled the frame. On the screen, the fake hall adjusted too, maintaining its depth. I shut the monitor in the hall closet and went back to the kitchen. I could feel the house's attention in the quiet way you feel weather before it arrives. The monitor thumped once from inside the closet, a soft plastic sound, and then it rang. The sound wasn't an alarm. It was a phone ring, thin and old, with a warble that didn't belong to anything modern. It cut through the furnace noise and stopped my breath. I stood there until the ring stopped on its own. When I opened the closet, the monitor was dark. On the floor beneath it, centered like it had been placed, was a small box wrapped in gold paper. The tape was old and dry. The paper creased at the edges. The utility closet was off the mudroom, not the hall, and it had been locked. I knew because I'd checked the breaker panel earlier and turned the key back to keep myself from fiddling. The key was still on its hook. The box was inside anyway, sitting on the concrete like a dropped star. I carried it to the kitchen without shaking. The weight was wrong for a joke. Inside the paper was a phone I hadn't seen since my childhood. Black plastic. A stubby antenna snapped clean. No SIM, no screen glow. When it rang the way it had in the closet, loud enough to hurt. I didn't answer it. I wrapped it in a towel and set it in the sink. I tried to ground myself with tasks. I checked doors, windows, the furnace pressure. I wrote notes about times and what I'd done. The monitor came back on by itself and showed the hallway again. A figure stood at the far end now, where the light failed. It didn't move. It was shaped like a person the way a coat on a stand is shaped like a person. The camera's night mode flicked on, washing the image in green, and the figure's face resolved into a blank oval. No features, just the suggestion of a head turned toward the lens. I backed away until my shoulders touched the fridge. I kept my eyes on the screen and my hands visible to myself, palms open, to prove I wasn't shaking. The phone rang from the sink. I watched the figure lift an arm that bent where an arm should bend and raise a hand that had too many fingers. The ring cut off. The figure lowered its arm. I understood then that the calls were not to be answered, that the ringing itself was the message. I did the practical thing last. I grabbed my coat, boots, keys. I left the lights on. I didn't look back at the monitor again. Outside, the cold snapped my breath into shards. The drive was already softening under fresh snow, tire tracks filling as I went. When I reached the end of the plow line, I stopped and looked back once at the house. Windows bright, ordinary, exactly where it had always been. I didn't wait to see if the hallway followed me. I didn't stay to prove anything. I drove until the snow thinned and the radio found a station. And when I finally pulled over, the phone in my sink rang in my head with the sound of something calling from a place that shouldn't exist. Ringing and ringing, patient as a locked door, until I left it behind and kept going. I was checking the latch on the back door when the singing started. Thin at first, then swelling as if someone had opened a window on the night. It was evening, the kind that settles early on a rural place, when the sky goes iron gray and the fields lose their edges. We were isolated enough that sound traveled strangely. Coyotes carried like sirens. Engines came from nowhere and everywhere. But this was different. The notes stacked on one another in a careful way, tidy and old-fashioned. A carol I recognized without placing the words. I remember thinking how polite it was, how considerate, to stand so far from the house and sing, "I host every year." That's my defining flaw or virtue, depending on who you ask. I like the order of it. I like the rituals laid out like tools on a bench. The candles, the pot on the stove, the chairs angled toward the tree. I like knowing where everyone is supposed to sit. Hosting gives me something to hold on to when the weather cuts the road and the darkness presses in. It gives me a role. I left the latch as it was and went to the front window. The yard slopes down from the porch into a stand of bare apple trees, the old orchard that never quite paid for itself. The snow was new enough to be clean, the moon enough to make it glow. They stood there, a line of shapes between the porch light and the trees, coats dark and neat, carolers. It took a second for my eyes to settle on that word, because it felt out of place, like a decoration put up early. Carolers come to town, not to a place like ours, not up a rutted road that ends at our gate. The singing continued. The melody was right. The harmony was careful. The timing was perfect. But their mouths did not move. I leaned closer to the glass, leaving a fogged oval where my breath touched it. Faces were pale ovals under hats and scarves. Eyes turned toward the house. The song kept going. No lips shaping vowels. No jaw shifting. No breath frosting the air in time with the notes. It was like watching a painting that had learned to make noise. Behind me, the house was alive with the small sounds of my family arriving into themselves. The kettle's low roar, a chair leg scraping, someone laughing from the kitchen. We had not yet settled into the quiet that makes space for music. The carol drifted in anyway, threading through the rooms. I told myself there was a speaker somewhere, a prank, a church group with a recording. That was the reasonable thing to reach for. In a place like this, you reach for reason, or you get lost. I opened the door. Cold flooded in, crisp and bright, and the sound sharpened as if the night had been waiting for the invitation. The carolers did not shift or step back. They stood with hands folded or at their sides, posture impeccable. The song rose and fell. Their mouths stayed closed. "Thank you," I called, because hosting teaches you to speak even when you don't know what to say. We weren't expecting. The sound changed. It didn't stop. It changed. The harmony cracked like ice. The notes stretched and thinned, then broke into something else entirely, something human and wrong. Screams, braided together, not the theatrical kind, not the high-pitched shrieks of a scare. These were voices I knew, stretched to their limits, rising and falling, in a pattern that had learned the carol and was now wearing it. I slammed the door. It rattled in its frame. The house seemed to pull in on itself. Someone shouted my name from the kitchen, a question shaped like my name. The screaming continued, muffled now but unmistakable. The same careful timing, the same tidy rises and falls. The kettle screamed too, a small domestic echo, and I knocked it off the burner with my elbow as I ran. We gathered in the front room without deciding to. That's what families do under pressure. We find the center, faces pale in the tree lights, hands clutching coats that had not been put away yet. The screaming outside kept time with a song that had lost its words. I recognized my sister's voice in it, my uncle's, my mother's. I told myself that recognition was a trick, that fear finds patterns and fills them with names. I went back to the window. The carolers were closer now. Or maybe they had always been that close and I had misjudged the distance. The porch light made halos on the snow at their feet. Their faces were clearer. They were wrong in a way that took time to understand. They smiled, all of them, a careful curve that did not change. The skin around their mouths was thick, puckered, with dark stitches running into the cheeks. The faces were masks, crude and frozen, stitched to whatever lay beneath. The stitches were neat, almost loving, as if someone had taken care to make them symmetrical. The screaming surged, and with it a smell that pushed through the crack under the door, metallic and sweet. The song did not drift now, it pressed. I backed away from the window. The room felt too small. Someone started to cry. Someone else prayed, the words tumbling over one another, a habit surfacing under stress. I did the inventory I always do when things go wrong. Doors, windows, locks, lights. Hosting again. If I could keep us inside, contained, we would be all right. That was the story I told myself. Inside has rules. The power went out. The tree lights winked off. The screaming did not change. In the dark, it was everywhere. The house full of it. The air vibrating. We lit candles with shaking hands. The flames steadied. The shadows leaned. I tried the phone. No signal. The landline was dead. The radio gave me a wash of static that rose and fell like breath. Outside, the carolers stood as if nothing had happened, as if power outages were expected, part of the ritual. Snow fell around them in soft, indifferent flakes. The song reached its refrain and held there. The scream stretched thin and high. We heard a knock, not a pounding, a polite knock, knuckles against wood, the kind you answer without thinking. I did not answer. I stood between my family and the door, a posture I had practiced for lesser emergencies. The knock came again, then stopped. The singing softened, as if in response to our refusal, as if disappointed. Time did something strange then. It folded. The song would swell and fade, the knock would come and go. Once there was the sound of footsteps on the porch, slow and measured. Once a shadow passed the window, tall and narrow, and I had the absurd thought that it was careful not to block the light for too long. Hosting again. Even in terror, my mind kept reaching for manners. At some point, we realized the screaming was not coming from the yard anymore. It was in the walls. It seeped from the vents. It rose from the floorboards. It had learned the house the way cold does, finding every gap. We moved to the center of the room and huddled, backs to one another, eyes on the dark. I counted breaths until I remembered not to count. Numbers felt dangerous. When the power came back, it was without warning, a harsh return. The tree lights blinked on. The radio crackled and died. Outside, the yard was empty. Snow lay smooth and unmarked. The orchard a black lace against the sky. No footprints, no figures, no sound but the wind moving through branches. We did not open the door. We did not look for evidence. We locked everything that could be locked and dragged furniture into place. We turned the house into a small fortress of chairs and tables and fear. The screaming faded, leaving a ringing silence that pressed on our ears. My mother vomited quietly into a bowl. My sister sat very straight and did not blink. We stayed that way until morning. When the light came, pale and weak, it did not make the world feel safer. It made it clearer. The yard was clean. The road was empty. The gate was closed. Inside, the house smelled like candles and cold metal. We took stock. Everyone was there. Everyone answered when their name was called. No one had been taken. That should have been a relief. It was not. The lockdown was my idea. Though no one argued. I called the county. I called the sheriff. I described what I could without reaching for explanations. Carolers, masks, screaming. The responses were careful, professional, edged with disbelief. Someone would come when they could. The road was bad, weather, later. We did not wait. We shut down the house as if it were a site that needed to be preserved. Curtains closed. Doors sealed. No music. No radio. No singing. We moved through our own rooms like guests, touching things lightly, as if we might leave fingerprints that would matter later. Outside sounds made us jump. Inside sounds too. In the days that followed, we learned how to be quiet. We learned the difference between the house settling and footsteps. We learned which boards creaked and which did not. We slept in shifts without calling them shifts. We ate without clinking cutlery. The holiday passed without ceremony. The tree dried and dropped needles we did not sweep. No one came up the road. The sheriff called and said there had been reports. Nothing like ours exactly, but enough to suggest a pattern. Singing. Masks. Rural places. He did not say more. He did not need to. The county advised caution. Stay inside. Lock your doors. Avoid contact. It sounded like advice meant for a storm. I took to standing at the window at dusk, watching the yard. I told myself I was guarding. I told myself this was still hosting, just a different scale. The orchard stood empty. The snow fell and melted and fell again. Sometimes, when the wind was right, I thought I heard music, thin and far away, a harmony that did not quite line up with itself. Sometimes, in the quiet of the house, I thought I heard my name woven into it, stretched and careful, a voice that knew how to sing. We are still here. The locks are still turned. The furniture is still in place. We do not open the door after dark. We do not answer knocks we did not invite. I stand at the window and watch the yard where they stood, and I wait for the sound that will tell me whether hosting ever really ends. I noticed the first package because it didn't fit the pattern of the street. December in my neighborhood is predictable. The same wreaths go up, the same inflatables sag on lawns, the same delivery trucks idle at the curb every afternoon. That morning when I stepped out to grab my paper before logging in for work, there was a small box leaned neatly against my front door. Brown paper, red twine, and a handwritten tag that said Day 1. I stood there longer than I needed to, keys cold in my palm, listening for movement. Nothing. Just the hum of a distant lawn blower and the click of my neighbor's sprinkler system kicking off. I live alone, work for myself, and I don't get surprise gifts. Anyone who knows me knows better. I carried the box inside and set it on the kitchen counter, then washed my hands before opening it, an old habit from years of freelancing and shipping returns. Inside was a small felt ornament, faded green, shaped like a star. I recognized it immediately. It had hung on the handle of my childhood dresser for as long as I could remember. I hadn't seen it since I was 8. I laughed out loud, a quick, sharp sound that startled me. My mother had a habit of sending things without warning. I assumed she'd found a box in the attic, and decided to be clever about it. The tag didn't have a name, but neither did most of her notes. I texted her a picture. She replied with a question mark and a heart emoji and said she'd call later. She didn't. The day filled itself the way workdays do. Meetings and drafts and coffee, reheated twice. By the time I remembered the ornament again, it was evening. I hung it on the hook by my keys, more amused than unsettled, and went to bed. Day 2 arrived with snow flurries and another box. This one was heavier. Inside was a cassette tape in a cracked plastic case, the label written in block letters I hadn't seen in decades. My handwriting. I used to record myself reading stories, rewinding and correcting when I stumbled. I hadn't owned a tape player since college. The note this time said Day 2 and nothing else. I didn't text my mother. I didn't want to make it real yet. There are certain kinds of coincidences you let breathe for a while, like an ache you don't prod, because you're not ready for the diagnosis. I set the tape on my desk and worked around it, eyes catching on the slanted A in my name every few minutes. By Day 4, I had stopped laughing. The packages came every morning, always placed precisely at the threshold, always wrapped the same way. Inside were things that followed me through my childhood, like a trail of breadcrumbs, a library card with my name stamped crookedly, a pressed leaf from a notebook I'd kept in 5th grade, a cracked snow globe from a school trip I'd sworn I lost on the bus ride home. None of these things had been stored together. Some had been at my father's house, others at my mother's, some in boxes that hadn't been opened since we moved out of state. I spent an afternoon on the phone calling both of them, asking careful questions that didn't sound like accusations. They were confused, then concerned, then defensive in the way people get when they feel accused of something they can't explain. I stopped mentioning the packages to anyone after that. I didn't want to hear theories. I wanted facts, and the facts were simple. Someone had access to my past. On day 7, the box contained a photograph I'd never seen before. It showed me at around 10 years old, sitting on the back steps of our old house, head bent over something in my hands. The angle was wrong for a family photo. It was taken from the side yard through the hedge. I remembered that day only because of the scraped knee under the bandage, visible if you looked closely. I stood at my kitchen window for a long time after that, staring out at my own yard, at the neat fence line and the bare branches etched against the gray sky. The snow had settled into a thin, even layer. There were no footprints except my own from earlier that morning. I installed cameras that afternoon. Nothing elaborate, just a basic system, front and back, motion alerts to my phone. The installation process was tedious, and the normalcy of it calmed me more than it should have. Cables clicked into place, lights blinked green. Problems are easier when they have instructions. The packages kept coming. Day 10 brought a t-shirt from a summer camp I attended once. The logo cracked and soft with age. Day 11, a set of house keys from an apartment I lived in during my 20s, the one with the leaky radiator and the neighbor who practiced trumpet at midnight. Day 12, a Christmas card I'd written but never sent, addressed to a friend I hadn't spoken to since the year I moved away. The escalation was subtle, but it was there. The timeline was closing in on me. I started checking the cameras obsessively. The alerts showed delivery trucks, cats, a jogger who passed every evening at the same time. Nothing else. No one lingering. No one approaching the door except me. The packages appeared between midnight and dawn, a gap that the system registered as nothing more than the temperature drop. On day 15, the box was empty except for a slip of paper folded in half. Inside, in the same careful handwriting, were the words, "You kept this longer than you think." I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch with the lights off, watching the camera feeds on my phone until my eyes burned. Around 3 in the morning, the back camera flickered, a brief distortion that resolved itself into the usual stillness. I rewound the footage frame by frame. Nothing. The weather turned colder. The neighborhood grew quieter as people left for the holidays. Porch lights stayed dark. Mail piled up. The packages never missed a day. Day 18 was the first time I considered calling the police. Inside the box was my current driver's license, the one I carried in my wallet, the edges worn. I checked my bag 3 times before I let myself believe it wasn't a duplicate. The wallet was lighter in my hands. I remembered exactly when I'd last used it, buying groceries the night before, standing under fluorescent lights, chatting with the cashier about the weather. I sat at the kitchen table with the license in front of me and tried to reconstruct every moment of that evening. I hadn't been bumped. No one had brushed past me. I'd locked my car. I'd locked my door. I checked the cameras again, hands shaking enough to make the screen blur. The footage showed me coming home, arms full, unlocking the door. Nothing else. I didn't call the police. I told myself it would be easier once there was something to point to, some obvious breach. I told myself I was overreacting. I told myself a lot of things. Day 20 arrived with freezing rain that turned the street into glass. The box was larger than usual, heavier. I dragged it inside and cut the twine with scissors instead of untying it. Inside was a calendar, handmade, each square marked with a date and a neat check mark. Every day from December 1st to December 19th was marked. December 20 was blank. My phone buzzed with a camera alert before I could process that. Motion detected backyard. I tapped the notification and held my breath as the feed loaded. There was a figure standing near the fence line, just inside my yard. A silhouette against the pale wash of the security light, features lost to shadow. They were holding something rectangular, held up at chest height, an advent calendar, the same one I was holding. I dropped the phone. It clattered on the tile and skidded under the table. By the time I picked it up again, the yard was empty. The feed showed only rain streaking past the lens, the fence gleaming wet. I didn't go outside. I locked the doors again, even though I knew they were already locked. I sat on the floor with my back against the cabinets until dawn. The calendar clutched in my lap like a shield. The box on day 21 was small. Inside was a single key. Old brass, the teeth worn smooth in places. I recognized it the way you recognize your own reflection in a darkened window. It was the key to my back door. I had never duplicated it. I was meticulous about things like that. The house had come with 2 keys. I kept one on my ring and one in a drawer. I checked the drawer with shaking hands. It was empty. I stood in the kitchen and looked at the back door, at the deadbolt, the handle, the lock I'd used without thinking every night since I moved in. The idea that someone could turn that key, feel the resistance give, step inside, was too large to hold all at once. I called the police then. I laid out the facts in a voice that sounded like it belonged to someone else. Packages, personal items, a key, a figure in the yard. They came, took notes, nodded, suggested changing the locks. One of them smiled in a way meant to be reassuring and said people do strange things this time of year. After they left, I changed the locks myself. I replaced the deadbolt with a new one, heavier, the metal cold and solid. I checked the windows. I tested the alarms. I watched the cameras. The packages stopped after that. December ticked toward the end without further incident. The quiet was its own kind of noise. I jumped at every sound, every creak of the house settling against the cold. I slept in short bursts, lights on, the calendar locked in a drawer I couldn't bring myself to open. On the morning of December 24th, there was no box at the door. The street was empty, snow piled high and untouched. I stood there longer than necessary, keys in my hand, listening. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, my phone buzzed once with a camera alert. Motion detected, backyard. I didn't pick it up. I didn't need to. I knew exactly what I would see. I went in late because that's when the building was quiet enough to hear itself. The old asylum squatted on the hill like a sealed lung, brick ribs showing through ivy, windows boarded with warped plywood that knocked softly when the wind came off the river. I parked under a dead street light, killed my headlights, and stood there a moment letting my eyes adjust, listening to the sub-zero air creak around me. My breath hung low and thick. I tugged my gloves tighter and checked my pack for the 3rd time, the habit calming me the way it always did before a climb or a crawl. Urban exploration isn't about ghosts. Not for me. It's about preservation by witness. I document places before they're torn down or collapse in on themselves. Record the textures and the smells and the way light falls on things nobody's touched in years. I'd been in this asylum once before in daylight, back when the snow hadn't set in, when the floors were damp and the mold had a green sweetness to it. At night, with the temperature locked below 0 and the sky clear and sharp as broken glass, it felt different, taut, as if the building were holding its breath. I found the side entrance where the fence had been pried back months earlier. The door was boarded, but the boards had been loosened and slid aside just enough for a careful person to slip through. Inside, my headlamp caught dust motes frozen in the beam. The smell was old paper and rust, and something faintly medicinal that never quite leaves places like this. The cold bit at my cheeks immediately. No power, no heat. The kind of cold that settles into your bones and makes sound travel farther than it should. I moved slow, stepping where I remembered the floor was solid. The asylum had been shut for decades, but the bones were still there. Long corridors, paint flaking in curls like dead leaves. Doors with their glass punched out and edges dulled by time. My boots made a careful scuff on the tile. I paused, listening. Nothing but the distant rattle of the boards outside, and the far-off hum of traffic down in the city, muffled by snow. My plan was simple. Photograph the main hall, then the wards on the east wing. I'd heard rumors online about a Christmas display some teenagers had staged in one of the dining rooms years back. A prank that had gone wrong when they panicked themselves. I didn't put much stock in it. People project all kinds of nonsense onto abandoned places, especially around holidays. Still, I'd brought extra batteries and my audio recorder, because if there was anything to hear, I wanted it clean. The dining hall was farther in than I remembered. The corridor bent left where a section had collapsed, forcing me to detour through what had once been administrative offices. Paper lay in drifts on the floor, forms and memos yellowed and stiff. I passed a wall calendar frozen open to December, the year torn away. Someone had drawn a crooked star on the 25th with a pen that had bled through the page. The door to the hall was ajar. Light spilled out around the edges. Not electric, not candlelight. It was the soft, diffuse glow you get from snow-reflecting moonlight through high windows. I pushed the door open with my shoulder, careful not to let it creak, and stepped inside. The table ran the length of the room, a long rectangle draped in a white cloth that fell in even folds to the floor. 12 place settings. 12 place settings. 12 plates, white and unchipped, arranged with a precision that didn't belong here. Silverware laid just so. Glasses filled to the same level with something dark and reflective. In the center, platters of food that steamed gently in the cold air. I stood there, my brain stalling on the sight like a car on ice. Steam, I could see it. Thin threads rising and dissipating, carrying with it the unmistakable smell of roasted meat and bread. My mouth watered before the rest of me caught up, before the cold logic kicked in and told me that nothing in this building should be warm. The windows were high and broken. The wind cut through the room. My headlamp beam shook as my hand did. I took a step closer. The floor under the table was clean, swept. The chairs were pulled in, back straight, their legs aligned. 12 of them, I counted without meaning to, and then stopped myself, annoyed at the reflex. The food looked like a Christmas dinner from a magazine spread. Turkey browned and glistening, potatoes piled high, butter melting into them, green beans, bread rolls wrapped in a cloth basket, a bowl of cranberry sauce with a spoon resting in it, the metal dull and old. I leaned in and felt it on my face. Heat, actual warmth radiating off the platters. The steam fogged my lenses. My breath came faster, loud in my ears. I told myself there had to be an explanation. A generator someone had brought in. A gas heater hidden somewhere. A prank set up hours ago that hadn't cooled yet. I reached out with a gloved hand hovering over the turkey. The heat pressed back. I didn't touch it. The room was silent. No voices. No movement. Just the faint tick of something contracting as it cooled. Except nothing here was cooling. The steam kept rising. My audio recorder clipped to my strap showed a flat line. No background hum. No electrical buzz. Just my breathing and the soft whisper of fabric as I shifted. I took photos. Habit again. Grounding me. Wide shots, then details. The way the gravy skin trembled when the wind found a crack in the wall. The condensation beating on the glasses. The napkins folded into simple triangles, each with a sprig of something green tucked into it. Pine, maybe? The smell was stronger now, rich and heavy, and underneath it something metallic that made the back of my throat tighten. I was lining up a shot of the far end of the table when I heard it. A scrape. Wood on tile. I froze, finger hovering over the shutter. The sound came again. Clearer, multiplied. Chairs scraping back. Not one. Not two. All of them. 12 chairs moving at the same time. Pulled away from the table in a smooth, practiced motion. The sound filled the room, and then stopped. I stood there, my heart hammering so hard I was sure it would register on the recorder. My headlamp beam swung across empty space. No shadows moving. No figures where the chairs should have been. The chairs themselves sat a few inches farther back than they had a moment before, their legs leaving fresh lines in the dust-free floor. I didn't shout. I didn't run. I did what I always do when something doesn't fit. I looked for the cause. I crouched and ran my gloved fingers over the floor, following the lines to the chair legs. No strings. No tracks leading away. The air was still, cold on my knees. The smell of food pressed in on me, now tinged with something sour. My mind offered explanations and discarded them as fast as they came. Settling, Thermal expansion, a trick of acoustics in a long room, except the movement had been simultaneous. Clean, except the heat, except the fact that I was alone in a locked, powerless building with a table set for 12 and the sound of an invisible dinner party excusing itself. I stood up slowly. The room felt smaller, the ceiling lower. My headlamp flickered, then steadied. I checked the time on my watch. Late. Later than I'd thought. The minutes had slipped while I was focused on the table. I backed away, careful not to bump anything, my eyes never leaving the place settings. That's when the confusion hit. Not fear yet. A layering of sensations that didn't agree with each other. The cold at my back, the heat at my face, the smell of food and the smell of rot, the quiet and the memory of sound. My stomach growled, loud and traitorous. For a split second, absurd and horrifying. I had the thought that I was late, that I was the 13th place, standing because there wasn't a chair for me. The thought snapped something. I took another step back, and my heel caught on the edge of the rug under the table. I windmilled, caught myself on a chair, and it slid an inch with a whisper. The sound echoed in my skull. I let go like it had burned me. The audio recorder spiked then, a burst of static that made me flinch. I glanced down. The meter danced for a heartbeat and then settled. I didn't look at the playback. I didn't want to hear what it had caught, or hadn't. I turned and walked, then hurried, then ran. The door banged against the wall as I went through, the sound loud and alive in the dead corridor. My boots slapped tile. My breath tore in and out of me. White clouds in the beam of my light. The building seemed to shift. Hallways longer than they should be. Corners coming up wrong. I took a wrong turn and ended up back in the administrative offices. Paper crunching underfoot. I stopped, pressed my back to a wall and forced myself to slow down. Panic makes you sloppy. Sloppy gets you hurt. I listened. Nothing followed me. No footsteps, no voices, just the building settling, old and tired. I retraced my steps, found the right corridor and kept moving. The cold bit deeper now that I was sweating. My fingers ached inside my gloves. I passed doors I didn't remember, rooms that yawned empty and dark. In one, a string of faded paper snowflakes hung from the ceiling, motionless. In another, a tree stood stripped of needles, tinsel drooping from bare branches. The side entrance came into view like a promise. I shoved through the gap in the boards and stumbled out into the night, the air hitting me like a slap. I didn't stop until I was at my car, hands shaking as I fumbled the keys. The engine turned over with a roar that sounded obscene in the quiet. I cranked the heat and sat there, forehead on the steering wheel, breathing until the world settled back into something with edges. I didn't go back inside. I drove until the asylum was a dark shape in my rearview mirror, then until it was gone. When I got home, I laid my gear out to dry and downloaded the photos. They were all there. The table, the food, the steam caught mid-rise in the frames, the chairs pulled back just enough to notice if you knew where to look. I didn't listen to the audio until morning, when the light was flat and forgiving. There was my breathing, the scrape of my boots, and then at the moment the chairs moved, a sound like fabric shifting, and a dozen soft exhalations layered over each other, gone as quickly as they came. I archived the files and backed them up twice. I didn't post them. I haven't gone back to the asylum. Sometimes late at night when the temperature drops and the house settles, I smell roast meat and pine, and for a second I'm standing at the end of a long table in a room that remembers being full, and I know better than to pull out a chair. I took the seasonal job because it was steady and because I knew how to disappear inside it. The beard, the hat, the red coat that smelled like dust and peppermint oil, they gave me a place to stand that wasn't quite me. I clocked in every morning before the mall opened, walked past the dark storefronts with their gates half down like tired eyelids, and settled into the chair by the tree while the lights came up and the music started its loop. By the time the doors opened to the public, I was already Santa, already smiling at a world that expected nothing else from me. The line formed quickly during the holiday rush. Parents checked their phones, kids bounced and tugged at sleeves. The photographer adjusted his lens. I did what I'd done for years. Asked names, listened to lists, nodded at stories I'd heard 1,000 times. It was loud, but it was a practice kind of loud. I could float inside it. The first time I noticed the child, it was because he didn't move with the rest of them. He stood apart from the line, close enough that the rope brushed his sleeve, far enough that no adult seemed to claim him. He was small for his age, maybe 7 or 8, in a dark coat that looked too heavy for indoors. He didn't fidget. He didn't speak. He just watched. I told myself it was nothing. In a mall that busy, kids got separated all the time. I glanced up between families, ready to flag security if I had to, but every time I looked back, he was still there, hands at his sides, eyes on me. When his turn came, the handler gestured him forward. He didn't respond. The handler shrugged and moved on. The line flowed around him like water around a rock. He was there again the next day, and the day after that. Same spot, same coat, no parent, no words. He never tried to sit on my lap. He never held out a letter. He just stood, watched, and when the line was gone, he drifted back into the crowd and vanished. I asked the photographer if he'd noticed. He shook his head, eyes already on the next family. I asked one of the floor staff. She said kids wandered through all the time. By the end of the week, the repetition had gotten under my skin. There's something unsettling about patterns that don't resolve. I started to feel him before I saw him. A weight in my awareness that pulled my eyes to the edge of the set. When I caught his gaze, it was steady and flat. Not afraid, not curious. Just there. On the 7th day, he stepped forward. The line was thin. A lull between rushes. The music shifted to another version of the same song. The handler was distracted with a clipboard. The child crossed the rope and came to me without waiting for a cue. He climbed onto my lap with careful movements, as if he'd rehearsed it somewhere quiet. He was colder than I expected. Not just cool from the air-conditioned mall, but cold in a way that made me adjust my grip. He didn't say his name. He didn't look at the camera. He placed something in my lap. It was a sack, smaller than the ones we used for decoration, but heavy enough that my knees dipped when it settled. The fabric was coarse and damp, and when I shifted it, the cold bled through the padding of the suit. I remember thinking, absurdly, that it felt like it had been left outside. I smiled because that was the job. I asked him what he wanted for Christmas, because that was the script. He didn't answer. He slid off my lap and stepped back, already turning away. The handler noticed then, called after him, but he was gone into the flow of shoppers before anyone could stop him. The sack stayed. I waited for someone to tell me to hand it over. No one did. The photographer leaned in to check his settings. A mother was already guiding her daughter toward me. I shifted the sack to the side of the chair, tucked it behind the arm where it wouldn't be seen. It thumped softly when it hit the floor. The rest of the shift passed in a blur. I could feel the sack there the whole time, like a second heartbeat. Every time I moved my leg, the cold pressed through the costume. I caught myself glancing toward the crowd, half expecting the child to reappear and take it back. He didn't. When my shift ended, I told the handler I needed a minute. I dragged the sack behind the backdrop into the narrow space where we kept water bottles and spare hats. I untied the cord. The smell came first. Not rot, not anything dramatic. Just a flat old smell, like a drawer that hadn't been opened in a long time. I reached in and pulled out a sneaker. Small, mud caked in the grooves of the sole, dried hard. There was a name written inside the tongue in marker, faded but legible. I sat down on the folding chair and kept going. And a mitten, its mate missing. A bent hair clip with a cartoon character chipped along one edge. A library card. A knit hat with a pom-pom pulled loose. Each thing was ordinary, worn in the specific way things get worn by children. Each thing was cold to the touch. I didn't know the names. Not then, but I recognized the shape of the story as it assembled itself in my hands. The news articles I'd half read over coffee. The flyers that lingered on bulletin boards long after the tape gave out, the way certain faces stayed in the public eye for a week, then a month, then disappeared. I tied the sack back up. My hands were shaking enough that I had to try twice. Security took it seriously when I showed them. They took it more seriously when they started making calls. The police arrived before the mall closed. They asked me to sit in a back office with beige walls and a humming vent. They asked me to describe the child. I did my best, which wasn't very good. Dark coat, small, quiet, cold. They asked if I'd seen him before. I told them about the days, the watching, the repetition. One of them wrote it down. Another watched my face. They took the sack. They asked me to stay off the floor for the rest of the season. They said they'd be in touch. I went home and sat in my kitchen until the sun went down. I kept seeing the child's hands, how carefully he'd placed the sack, how deliberate the movement had been. I slept badly. Over the next few weeks, pieces of it filtered back to me. Not officially, through a neighbor who knew someone at the station, through a clipped segment on the local news that didn't mention the mall or Santa. The items matched cases, some old, some newer, all unresolved. They never found the child. They asked me back once, months later, to look at photos. I didn't recognize anyone. The memory I had didn't line up with faces frozen in bad lighting. I told them that. They thanked me for my time. The mall moved on. Another Santa took my place the next year. The tree went up, the music started, the line formed. Kids climbed into a stranger's lap and whispered their wishes. The world kept doing what it does. I still think about the weight of that sack, the way it pressed down, the way it felt like a responsibility being handed off. I think about the child standing at the edge of the line, watching day after day until it was time, and I wonder sometimes if he ever needed anything from me at all, or if I was just the place he chose to leave, what no one else would carry anymore. I noticed it while I was correcting the spacing on the lower branches, crouched on the rug with a ruler and a box of hooks, the way I do every December. I hadn't finished the tree yet. I always finish the tree in stages, stepping back between changes, checking symmetry, adjusting color balance. That's when I saw the ornament that wasn't mine. It hung on the left side, third tier up, where I would never place anything heavy because it pulls the branch down. It was oval and matte, not glass, not wood. The surface looked grown rather than made, faintly ridged, like something that had learned the shape it needed by repetition. I keep receipts. I inventory my decorations at the end of every season, box by box, and nothing like that had ever passed through my hands. I stood and lifted it gently between thumb and forefinger. It was warmer than the room. Not warm the way a bulb gets warm, but warm like skin that's been under a sweater. I held it close to my ear, because that's what you do when something doesn't behave like an object. The house was quiet. The heater had shut off. Outside, the street was empty. In the silence, the ornament shifted. Not a movement I could see, but a pressure change like a tiny flex. It pulsed once, twice, slow and deliberate, as if it were listening for something and answering itself. I laughed out loud and immediately felt foolish. The sound filled the living room, and the feeling stopped. I set the ornament back where I found it, and stepped away, telling myself I'd misplaced it, that it belonged to a neighbor or came with a string of lights. I finished the rest of the tree with more care than usual, adjusting until the branches held their lines. When I turned the lights on, the ornament didn't reflect anything. It absorbed the glow around it, dimming the needles nearby. That night, I lay awake longer than I meant to. The house makes normal noises at night. Pipes cool, the refrigerator ticks. When everything went still, when the quiet pressed in, I thought I could feel a vibration through the floor, as if a truck were idling far away. I put my palm against the wall by my bed. The feeling wasn't there. I told myself I was keyed up, because I'd broken my routine by leaving something unfinished. The next morning, Mrs. Alvarez from 2 houses down was at the fence when I went out to get the paper. Her dog, a squat brown thing that usually wagged itself sideways when it saw me, was pressed against her leg, hackles up, staring at my front door. Mrs. Alvarez asked if I'd heard anything last night. I told her no. She said her dog wouldn't stop growling at the dark, and that wasn't like him. By the afternoon, I'd convinced myself to remove the ornament. I prefer solutions that reduce variables. I brought a small storage box into the living room and turned off the music. When the last note faded, the pulsing returned, stronger than before. I could see it now, a subtle swell and release, like breathing slowed almost to nothing. The branch quivered under its weight. When I reached for it, the vibration traveled up my fingers and into my wrist. I dropped it into the box and closed the lid. The house went quiet in a way that felt wrong, too complete, like a held breath. I put the box in the garage on the highest shelf and closed the door. The heater clicked on. The refrigerator hummed. Everything resumed. I washed my hands longer than necessary. Over the next few days, things in the neighborhood shifted. Mr. Chen's cat didn't come home one evening. A flyer went up on the mailbox with a photo taken on a phone. The edges blurred. The next day, a different neighbor complained about scratching sounds under her porch and blamed raccoons. When I stepped out to check my lights at dusk, a dog I didn't recognize barked at me from across the street. Low and continuous, as if warning something behind me, I started sleeping with the bedroom door closed. On the third night, I woke to the feeling again. The distant idling, the hum beneath everything. It took me a moment to realize it wasn't distant at all. It was in the house. I sat up and held my breath. In the quiet, the vibration resolved into a rhythm I recognized. The same slow pulse, magnified. I went to the garage in my slippers, the cold concrete biting through the soles. The box was exactly where I'd put it. The lid rattled once, then stilled when I stepped closer. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. The realization settled on me with a clarity I reserve for final measurements. Whatever that thing was, it responded to attention. It answered silence. It had been placed among my decorations, because that's where it could be close, where it could be admired without question. I brought the box back inside and set it on the dining table. I turned on every light. The pulsing didn't stop, but it softened, as if the object were muffled. I wrapped the box in foil, layer after careful layer, sealing seams. The vibration faded to nothing. I left the lights on all night. The next day, the missing cat flyer came down. Mrs. Alvarez's dog wagged at me again, though it kept one eye on my house as it did. I told myself the solution had worked. I finished the tree and adjusted the ornament spacing until the absence of that one spot felt intentional. 2 days before Christmas, I came home from work to find the foil torn, the box split along one corner. The ornament was back on the tree, in the same place, the branch bent under it. The lights around it flickered, not off and on, but dimmer, as if the glow were being pulled inward. I didn't touch it. I stood in the doorway and watched. In the silence between the heater cycles, it pulsed, a slow, contented motion. The feeling in the room was different now, thick, like air before a storm. I thought of the missing pets, the aggression, the way the house had gone too quiet. Feeding was the word that came to me, unbidden and unwelcome. Feeding on attention, on the small lives that passed too close, on the order I imposed on my space. I wrapped the ornament in a towel and carried it outside, my breath fogging in the cold. I set it on the concrete and brought down a hammer. I didn't hesitate. The first blow cracked the surface. A smell rose up, green and sharp, like crushed leaves and metal. The pulsing sped up, then stuttered. I struck again. The object split, collapsing into itself, leaking nothing I could name. I hit it until it was only pieces that no longer held a shape. I cleaned the concrete with bleach and water. I took the trash out early. Inside, the tree looked ordinary again. The light shone evenly. The house made its normal noises. On Christmas morning, the neighborhood was quiet in the way it always is. A pause before celebration. I watched from the window as Mrs. Alvarez's dog trotted past, tail high, nose to the ground, uninterested in my door. I keep the tree up longer now, through the end of the year, and I check it every night before bed. I inventory my boxes twice. Sometimes when the house goes very still, I think I feel a vibration, faint and familiar, and I hold my breath until it passes. I was already late when I crested the pass, the car's headlights carving a narrow tunnel through the blizzard, while the rest of the world vanished. Snow slapped the windshield sideways, a dry rattling sound like handfuls of gravel. I kept both hands tight on the wheel and leaned forward, as if that would help me see around the next bend. The radio had long since given up, leaving only the hum of the engine and the rhythmic scrape of the wipers. I told myself I just needed to get over the mountain and down the other side. Home for the holidays, warm lights and a locked door waiting at the end of the road. That was when I saw him standing in the breakdown lane, half buried in blowing snow. He wore red, not the reflective vest I expected, not a parka, but a red coat trimmed in white that looked like it had stepped out of a postcard. The suit was old-fashioned, heavy wool sagging at the seams, the white fur yellowed with age. A matching hat sat low over his brow. He had one arm raised, thumb out, the other pressed against his side as if to keep the wind from cutting through him. No car nearby, no hazard lights, just him and the storm. I slowed without thinking. Compassion comes easy when you picture yourself stranded in the same place. I eased onto the shoulder, tires crunching over packed snow, and rolled down the passenger window just enough for the cold to bite my knuckles. He leaned in, close enough that I could see ice crusted in the white fur, his beard stiff with frost. His eyes were shadowed under the hat brim. He didn't speak. He just looked past me, into the car, and lifted his hand to point. At first I thought he meant the passenger seat. I nodded and reached over to pull the lever. The seat slid forward with a squeal. He shook his head slow and deliberate, then pointed again. Not at the front, he pointed over my shoulder toward the back seat. I twisted in my seat and looked. The back was empty. A blanket, a thermos, a paper bag with gifts inside, all settled where I'd tossed them earlier. No people, no room for confusion. He pointed again, insistently now, his finger tapping the glass. The motion left a faint streak in the frost. "Back there," I said, the word fogging the air between us. My voice sounded small in the storm. He nodded once. There was something about the way he did it that made my stomach tighten. Not threatening, just certain, as if the decision had already been made somewhere else. I unlocked the doors. The cold rushed in as he opened the rear door and climbed inside. Snow shook loose from his coat and melted on the upholstery. He closed the door behind him with care. Soft click lost under the wind. I pulled back onto the road and kept driving. The silence settled immediately. No thank you. No explanation. I told myself some people just didn't talk. Maybe he was cold. Maybe he was in shock. The heater roared, struggling to keep up, and I focused on the road, on the white lines that appeared and vanished under the snow. In the rearview mirror, I could see him sitting straight back in the center of the back seat. He hadn't leaned forward. He hadn't buckled in. His gloved hands rested on his knees. His face was angled down, hat brim shadowing his eyes. Every few seconds he lifted one hand and pointed again, always at the same spot, an empty place to his right. I glanced back, then forward, heart beginning to beat faster. There was nothing there. The seat cushion was smooth, the headrest bare. The blanket I'd tossed earlier was crumpled on the other side. He pointed, lowered his hand, pointed again. "Is someone else coming?" I asked, keeping my eyes on the road. The words sounded foolish as soon as they left my mouth. No answer. The only response was that steady, silent gesture, the finger cutting through the air and stopping inches from the empty seat. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was confused. Maybe he thought someone should be there. The mountain pass has a way of stripping things down to basics. Cold, darkness, movement. You don't question every odd thing when you're just trying to keep the car between the lines. Still, every time he pointed, a chill crept up my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. The road wound tighter as I climbed. Snowbanks loomed on either side, swallowing the reflectors. I slowed further, the engine whining in protest. That was when the lights flickered, just a brief dip like someone had blinked. The dashboard dimmed. The radio crackled to life for half a second with a burst of static, then died again. I eased off the gas. "Come on," I muttered, more to myself than to the car. The engine coughed once, hard, and then everything went quiet. The headlights went out. The dash went dark. The heater fan spun down with a sigh. The sudden silence was so complete it felt like pressure against my ears. We rolled to a stop in the middle of the lane. Snow filled the beamless night, thick and relentless. I fumbled for my phone, the glow harsh in the dark. No signal, the battery icon blinked red. Behind me, something shifted. I turned in my seat. Phone light cutting across the back seat. It was empty. The red suit was gone. The hat, the beard, the gloves. The spot where he'd been sitting was dry, untouched. No melted snow, no impression in the seat. The rear doors were still locked. I sat there for a long moment, listening to my own breathing, to the wind rocking the car. My mind ran through explanations at a frantic pace. He'd slipped out somehow. He'd been there and I'd imagined him leaving. I was tired. The storm was getting to me. I reached back and tried the door handles. Locked. I hadn't unlocked them. I swung back around and stared through the windshield at the blank wall of snow. The cold began to creep in, seeping through the seals. I could feel it in my toes, my fingers. Then the engine turned over. It started without warning, a sudden roar that made me jump. The headlights flared back to life, illuminating the road ahead. The dash lights glowed steady and bright. The heater kicked on, blasting warm air like nothing had ever been wrong. I didn't question it. I put the car in gear and drove. I didn't look back again until I was off the mountain and the storm thinned to flurries. When I finally did, the back seat was still empty. The blanket lay where it always had. The gifts hadn't shifted. I went straight home and locked the door behind me. I didn't tell anyone that night. I didn't sleep much either. Weeks later, when the roads were clear and the season had moved on, I drove that pass again in daylight. I told myself I was just curious. The pullout where I'd stopped was there. A narrow strip of asphalt against the snowbank. No sign, no marker, no reason for anyone to have been standing there in a blizzard. On the way down, I found myself glancing at the rearview mirror out of habit. The back seat was empty. I still think about the way he pointed, over and over at a place where nothing was, about the certainty in that small, repetitive motion, about the locked doors and the sudden silence, and the way the car came back to life, as if nothing had happened at all. I don't pick up hitchhikers anymore. I don't drive that pass at night if I can help it. And every winter when the snow starts to fall and the roads grow quiet, I check the back seat before I start the car, just to be sure there's nothing waiting there that I can't see. I took the night security job at the Civic Center because it was supposed to be quiet, predictable. The building was a slab of concrete and glass wedged between a frozen riverwalk and a municipal parking deck, and after 10 at night, it belonged to the echo of my boots and the hum of the boilers. In winter, the place felt sealed off from the rest of the city, like a bunker that had missed whatever disaster everyone else was reacting to. That was the appeal. I needed work that didn't follow me home. My shift ran from 10 at night to 6 in the morning. I signed in at the desk, clipped the radio to my belt, checked the monitor wall, and started my rounds. Same route every night. Lobby, auditorium, offices, loading bay, basement. I knew the smell of each floor. Lemon cleaner upstairs. Dust and old paper near records. The basement smelled like damp concrete and cold metal, even in January when everything else outside was locked in ice. The door was what broke the routine. It was a steel fire door in the lowest corridor, painted the same municipal beige as everything else. According to the facilities map, it had been sealed years ago when they reworked the maintenance tunnels. Welded shut, marked inactive. No access. I'd walked past it dozens of times without really seeing it. That night, on my first basement pass just after midnight, the door was open, not wide, just enough to notice. A black seam where there shouldn't have been one. Cutting into the fluorescent glare of the hallway, I stopped about 10 feet back and stood there longer than I want to admit. The building had a way of making small changes feel louder than they were. A vent kicking on sounded like a footstep. A pressure change made doors breathe. I told myself that facilities must have reopened it for some reason. I told myself that if it were actually sealed, it couldn't be open. That logic got me closer. The hinges didn't squeal when I pushed it. The door swung inward smoothly, like it had been used recently. Beyond it was a narrow service corridor. Unfinished concrete, exposed pipes running along the ceiling. My flashlight beam caught flakes of rust and old insulation. The air was colder there, a clean, biting cold that felt like outside air trapped underground. I logged it mentally as a facilities issue, and stepped through. The corridor led to a maintenance room I'd never been in before. No signage, no number, just a bare bulb hanging from a cord, already on, that should have sent me back out immediately. Instead, I took 2 more steps, because the light meant someone had been there recently, and my job was to notice things like that. The walls were covered. At first, I thought it was wiring or some kind of planning diagram. Paper tacked up in uneven rows, curling at the corners. When my flashlight moved and the shadows shifted, I saw faces. My face. Not caricatures or rough sketches. Detailed pencil drawings. Dozens of them. All variations of me. Some were full body, standing in uniform. Some were just my head, angled slightly left or right. A few were profile views, jawline shaded carefully, ear shape exact. The likeness wasn't flattering or cruel. It was accurate. Too accurate. Even the scar near my hairline from when I split my head on a doorframe as a kid was there. My mouth went dry. I didn't touch anything. I didn't step fully into the room. I just stood in the doorway and counted how many versions of myself were looking back. I lost track around 30. There were dates in the corners of some pages, notations, times. One sketch showed me leaning over the desk in the lobby, head down, writing the log. The time next to it matched my shift start from 2 weeks prior. Another showed me in the loading bay, tugging my jacket closed. I remembered that night because the dock door had been stuck, and I'd been swearing under my breath. I backed out of the room without turning around and pulled the door closed. My hands were shaking enough that the latch rattled. I keyed my radio and told dispatch I'd found an unsecured area in the basement and needed facilities notified in the morning. I didn't mention the drawings. I didn't know how to say it out loud without sounding unhinged. Back at the desk, I pulled up the camera feeds. We had decent coverage for a civic building, fixed cameras in hallways, pan tilts in public spaces, a few exterior shots. The basement coverage was limited, but the service hatch area had one camera because it opened near the Riverwalk. I rewound the footage at 11:47 p.m. The hatch cover shifted. It wasn't dramatic, no forced movement, just a subtle lift, like someone inside pushing it up, except the hatch was designed to be open from inside the building only. The exterior latch was a dummy. I'd seen the schematics. I'd tested it myself on slow nights. From outside, it didn't budge. On the screen, a figure slid into frame. They were bundled up in dark clothing, face obscured by a hood and scarf. They moved with purpose, not hurried, not cautious, like they knew exactly where the camera's blind spots were. They crossed the basement floor and disappeared down the same corridor where the sealed door was. I scrubbed back and watched it again. The timestamp was solid. No glitch, no jump cut. The figure never looked at the camera. I called it in then. I told dispatch I had an unauthorized entry via the service hatch and possible long-term trespasser in a restricted area. They said they'd notify police and asked if I was safe. I said yes, because I was sitting at a desk under bright lights with a clear line to the exit. That felt safe enough in the moment. The wait stretched. 20 minutes. 30. I kept my eyes on the monitors, half expecting to see myself walk across the screen without realizing it. Every sound in the building tightened something in my chest. The boiler kicked on. An elevator reset. Somewhere deep in the structure, water moved through pipes like a slow breath. I thought about the drawings, about the dates, about how long someone would have had to be inside the building to observe me that closely. This wasn't a single night of watching. This was weeks, maybe months. Someone had learned my routines better than I knew them myself. When the police arrived, I met them at the loading bay. 2 officers, shoulders hunched against the cold, breath fogging in the air. I walked them down to the basement, keeping my flashlight beam steady, narrating what I'd found in a flat voice that didn't quite sound like mine. The maintenance room was empty. The walls were bare. No paper, no tack holes, no marks where tape or pins might have been. The bulb was off. The floor was clean enough to show my boot prints clearly. The officers exchanged a look that made my stomach drop. I pulled up the camera footage for them. The unauthorized entry was still there. That helped. They took it seriously after that. They searched the basement, the service corridors, the stairwells. They found the door I'd mentioned, but now it was closed, welded seam intact, paint unbroken. According to one officer, it looked like it hadn't been opened in years. They checked the hatch from outside. Solid. No signs of tampering. They took my statement anyway. Asked about stress, sleep, whether I was on any medication. Standard questions, delivered neutrally. I answered them all. I wasn't offended. I was too busy trying to reconcile what I'd seen with what was in front of me now. I handed in my keys that morning. I told my supervisor I was resigning, effective immediately. I cited personal reasons. I didn't go into details. He looked surprised but not shocked. Turnover on night security is a quiet constant. People leave for all kinds of reasons they don't want to explain. On my way out, I paused in the lobby and looked at my reflection in the glass doors. The building behind me was already filling with staff, with the normal noise of a workday. From the outside, it looked secure, imposing, closed off against the cold. I still think about that maintenance room, about the care in those drawings, about how someone could be so close to me without ever being seen. The footage of the hatch is archived somewhere, tagged and forgotten. A technical impossibility logged as an anomaly. The room itself, if it exists at all, is probably locked behind a door no one remembers is supposed to be sealed. I don't work nights anymore. I don't work security. I avoid buildings that hum the way that one did, like they're awake even when they shouldn't be. Sometimes, when I'm alone and catch my reflection at the wrong angle, I feel the same cold I felt in that corridor, like outside air trapped where it doesn't belong, and I wonder how long someone has to watch you before they know you better than you know yourself. I remember tightening my grip on the steering wheel as the snow began to thicken, the headlights carving a narrow tunnel through the white. The sign came out of nowhere, nailed crookedly to a fence post. The words Winter Wonderland painted in red that had bled into the wood. An arrow pointed down a dirt path I didn't remember seeing on the map. I slowed, feeling that familiar mix of doubt and obligation settle in my chest, the one that always came when I'd promised Ellie and Liam something special. And reality started to fray at the edges. They'd been so excited all afternoon. Ellie had braided her scarf the way she always did when she was nervous, and Liam kept pressing his face to the window, leaving foggy half-moons on the glass. Christmas had been thin that year. Their father was gone, the hours at work were unpredictable, and the house felt too quiet after dark. When I'd seen the flyer at the grocery store, all glittery fonts and smiling snowmen, I'd told myself it would be worth the drive. A simple thing. Lights, music, something to remind them that the world could still be kind. The second sign was worse. The arrow had been repainted so many times it looked like a child's scribble, pointing vaguely toward the trees. The letters slanted downhill, some of them misspelled, as if whoever had written them had been cold or in a hurry. Ellie leaned forward between the seats to read it, then leaned back without saying anything. Liam asked if we were almost there. I told him yes, because that was easier than admitting I wasn't sure. The dirt path was barely wide enough for the car. Snow covered the ruts, but I could feel them tugging at the tires, pulling us forward whether I wanted to go or not. The forest pressed in on both sides, branches heavy and black against the white. The radio crackled and went silent. I turned it off. suddenly aware of how loud our breathing sounded in the enclosed space. Another sign loomed ahead, this one hanging from a rope between two trees. It swung slightly in the wind, creaking. The paint was smeared, the words crowded together. Santa this way. Underneath, someone had drawn a smiley face that looked more like a grimace. I should have turned around then. I thought about it, my foot hovering over the brake, calculating how difficult it would be to reverse on that narrow track. Behind us, the path had already filled with falling snow, the way erased by weather and time. We came into a clearing that felt wrong as soon as the trees fell away. It was too open, too bare, like something had been scraped out of the land and never properly filled back in. A few strands of lights hung between poles, flickering weakly, some bulbs blown, others pulsing like tired eyes. In the center sat a porta-cabin, leaning slightly to one side, its paint peeling, its windows fogged from the inside. A plywood sign leaned against it, Winter Wonderland again, the letters dripping. I parked near the edge of the clearing, keeping the engine running. Ellie and Liam stayed close to me as we got out, their boots crunching on packed snow. The air smelled damp and metallic, not like pine or fireplaces, just cold and old. I scanned the clearing for other families, other cars, anything that would make this feel like an attraction and not an afterthought. There was nothing, no music, no laughter, just the hum of the lights and the wind moving through the trees. The door of the porta-cabin opened with a squeal, and a man stepped out. He wore a red tracksuit that might once have been festive but was now torn at the knee and frayed at the cuffs. A Santa hat sat crooked on his head, the white trim gray with grime. His beard looked glued on, peeling slightly at one corner. He smiled when he saw us, but it didn't reach his eyes. He didn't say anything at first. He just stood there, hands clasped in front of him, rocking slightly on his heels. I felt Ellie press into my side. Liam took a step back, his breath coming faster. I forced a smile of my own, the polite one I used when I wanted to keep things calm. The man gestured toward the cabin, a sweeping motion that almost made him lose his balance. I asked if this was the Winter Wonderland. He nodded too quickly, the hat slipping further down his forehead. He opened the door wider, and a wave of warm, stale air rolled out, carrying a smell like wet clothes left too long in a machine. I thanked him and said we'd just look around. My voice sounded too loud in the quiet. He didn't respond, just watched us, his eyes flicking from me to the kids and back again. I realized then that there were no decorations outside beyond the lights, no displays, no snowmen, just the cabin and the trees, and the path that had brought us there. Inside the cabin it was dim. A single string of lights ran along the ceiling, casting uneven shadows. There was a folding chair in one corner, and a table with a plastic tablecloth printed with candy canes. On it sat a bowl of cheap wrapped sweets and a clipboard with blank paper. No presents, no elves, no warmth beyond the bare minimum to keep the pipes from freezing. Ellie asked if Santa had been busy. I cut her off with a gentle squeeze of her hand, shaking my head. The man closed the door behind us, the sound final and heavy. He moved closer, his boots leaving wet marks on the floor. I could see now that his tracksuit was stained, dark patches that might have been mud or something else. His beard hung loose, the elastic strap visible against his skin. He asked the children their names, his voice rough, like he hadn't used it much. Liam whispered his. Ellie didn't answer. I felt my pulse pick up, a low thrum in my ears. This was wrong. All of it was wrong. I told the man we were just stopping by, that we had somewhere else to be. I reached for the door handle. It didn't open on the first pull. I tried again, harder, and felt it give, just enough to remind me it wasn't locked, just swollen with damp. The man laughed, a short bark that made Ellie flinch. He said the weather made things stick. He said we should sit, warm up, have some sweets. He reached for the bowl. That was when I saw the marks on his hands, the scratches and scabs, the dirt ground into his nails. I pictured the path behind us, the signs leading deeper into nowhere. The way the clearing felt like a bowl you couldn't climb out of. I thought of the engine still running, the keys in my pocket, I thought of the promise I'd made in the grocery store aisle, how easy it had been to say yes. I told the kids to go back to the car. My voice didn't shake, but my knees did. The man stepped sideways, blocking the door without touching it. He said something about the show starting soon, about how people always left too early. His eyes were on me now, not the children, measuring, weighing. I raised my voice then, letting the fear sharpen it. I said we were leaving. I said if he didn't move, I would scream. The word echoed in the small space, louder than I expected. For a moment, nothing happened. The lights flickered, one of them popping and going dark. Snow slid off the roof with a muffled thud. The man's smile faltered. He looked past me, toward the door, toward the dark outside. Maybe he heard something. Maybe he remembered something. He stepped back, his heel catching on the edge of the table. The bowl of sweets tipped, wrappers skittering across the floor like insects. I didn't wait. I shoved the door open with my shoulder, the cold air hitting my face like a slap. I grabbed Ellie and Liam by their coats and ran. The snow was deeper now, sucking at our boots. I could hear the man behind us, his breath loud, his boots slipping. The lights went out one by one as we crossed the clearing, plunging it into darkness, broken only by the car's headlights. I fumbled with the keys, my hands numb. The engine coughed, then caught. I shoved the kids into the back seat and peeled away, the tires spinning before finding purchase. In the rearview mirror, I saw the man standing at the edge of the clearing, his red tracksuit a dull smear against the white. He raised a hand, not in a wave, but as if to shield his eyes, to see us better as we disappeared back down the path. The signs were harder to read on the way out, their arrows meaningless in the dark. I drove until the dirt path gave way to pavement, until the radio crackled back to life, until the trees thinned and houses appeared, lights warm and steady in their windows. I didn't stop shaking until we were home, the door locked, the kids wrapped in blankets on the couch. Later, after they were asleep, I looked up Winter Wonderland on my phone. There was nothing, no listing, no reviews. The flyer was gone from the grocery store the next day. When Ellie asked about Santa a week later, I told her sometimes things aren't what they seem, and that it's okay to walk away from them. Outside, snow fell quietly, covering tracks, smoothing over paths, making everything look clean and inviting again, as if nothing had ever been wrong there at all. I stayed late because the numbers finally made sense after 6, when the phone stopped and the office thinned to a few glowing rectangles and the hum of heat trying to keep up with the snowstorm outside. The windows along the east wall had turned into white screens, flakes blown sideways by wind that rattled the frames. I remember pulling my sweater tighter and thinking I would leave as soon as I closed the last spreadsheet. I worked in accounts. Nothing glamorous, just reconciliations and vendor notes. That night, my goal was simple: finish, print, go home. The building was an old mid-rise with badge access after hours, and I'd done late shifts before. It was safer with fewer people, I told myself. Cleaner. Ryan had started 3 weeks earlier. That was the line in the break room anyway. New hire, same floor, same team, but different pod. He smiled too easily. He asked questions that didn't feel like questions, more like statements with space at the end. What route I took in, what bus ran late, whether the snow ever slowed it. He learned my coffee order before I told him. I chalked it up to awkward friendliness. Offices breed that. By 7, the lights had dimmed automatically in the west wing. My section stayed bright. I clicked save and stood to stretch. That was when I saw the locket. It sat square in the middle of my desk blotter, brass dulled like it had been handled for years. I didn't wear jewelry to work, and I didn't recognize it. No note attached, no envelope, just the locket, hinged slightly open as if it had been set down carefully and left to breathe. I didn't touch it at first. The building had cleaning staff, but they came later. I checked my bag, my drawers, the floor around my chair. Nothing else was disturbed. I closed the locket with my fingertip and felt a faint warmth as if it had been in a pocket recently. I opened it again. Inside was a folded scrap of paper cut to fit the oval. The writing was neat. printed like someone practicing restraint. It said, "You forget things. I remember them for you." I snapped the locket shut and slid it into my desk drawer. My heart had started doing that quick skip it does when adrenaline arrives early. I told myself it was a prank. Offices had their share of them, and the note wasn't a threat, just strange. I went to the restroom and splashed water on my face. When I came back, the snow had thickened, the outside lights smearing into halos. I pulled my coat from the back of my chair. That was when the power went out. The overheads cut cleanly. No flicker, no half-light, just gone. The emergency strips along the floor took a second to kick in, then glowed a sickly green. The heating stopped with a sigh. Somewhere deeper in the building, a door thumped as if unlocked. My first thought was the storm. My second was how quiet the office sounded without the machines. I checked my phone. No signal, which wasn't unusual in that building, but the Wi-Fi icon had disappeared too. I moved to the window and watched the snow. It kept falling. The city beyond was a blur of gray. I headed for the stairwell. The badge reader blinked red when I tried the door. The lock didn't disengage. I swiped again, slower. Red. I tried the handle. Solid. Hello? My voice went nowhere. I walked the corridor, checking other exits. Same result. Somewhere near the break room, a low hum started and stopped, like a generator testing itself and giving up. My phone lit with a text that didn't show a sender. It said, "Don't rush, you always rush." I stared at the screen until it went dark again. I didn't think of Ryan then. I thought of the locket. I thought of how someone had been at my desk without me knowing. I thought of the badge reader blinking red. Deliberate, the emergency lights didn't reach into the copy room. I stepped inside anyway, hands out, bumping into the counter. That was where I found the notebook. It lay on the shelf below the printer, thick and worn, its cover a plain black with no label. I opened it expecting printer logs or someone's math doodles. The first page held my name written the same neat way as the note in the locket. I flipped pages, fast at first, then slower as the details stacked. Dates and times, what I wore, what I ate for lunch, notes about my desk plant, about the chipped mug I used, about the bus I took home when it snowed, observations about my habits, my pauses, the way I rubbed my temple when a formula didn't balance. There were maps sketched of my route through the building, arrows marking where I stopped to check my phone. There were printed screenshots of my social media posts, some from years ago, with comments circled and annotated. I sat on the floor and turned pages until my hands shook. The notebook didn't speculate. It recorded. It felt like being reduced to a series of predictable motions, pinned and cataloged. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. I closed the notebook and held it to my chest like it could protect me. The footsteps stopped just outside the copy room. A silhouette filled the doorway, dark against the green glow. "I knew you'd find it," Ryan said. His voice was calm, almost pleased. I stood, keeping the shelf between us. "What is this?" My voice sounded small in the room. "It's just notes," he said. "You keep notes, I keep notes." "You cut the power," I said, because the thought had finally landed. "You trapped me," he shrugged. "The building's old. Things fail. I just knew when." He stepped closer. I backed him to the printer. He held up his hands, palms out as if to show he meant no harm, but he didn't stop. He talked about how offices hide people in plain sight, how names and badges are easy to get, how background checks look for the wrong things. He talked about watching me work, about how comforting it was to see the same patterns repeat. He talked about how the locket had belonged to his mother, how it helped him remember. I don't remember everything he said. I remember the way his eyes tracked me, calculating distance. I remember the smell of toner. I remember thinking of the stairwell and the red blink. I moved when he did, ducking past him as he reached. I ran, shoes sliding on the polished floor, the emergency lights stuttering as if unsure of themselves. I slammed into a conference room and shoved the table against the door. My phone buzzed again. Another text. Same empty sender. "You can't leave yet." I looked for something heavy, something sharp, anything. I found a chair and held it up, legs out. The door handle rattled once, twice. He didn't force it. He talked through the door, his voice smooth, telling me to breathe, telling me I always panicked when things went off script. The fire alarm was behind a glass panel by the door. I broke it with the chair and pulled. The alarm screamed, loud and raw. Somewhere, far away, something answered. The sprinklers didn't go off. The lights didn't come back, but the alarm echoed through the building, bouncing and repeating. I shoved the table aside and ran again, toward the stairwell. This time, when I swiped my badge, the reader blinked green. I took the stairs 2 at a time, lungs burning, the alarm following me like a second heartbeat. At the lobby, the glass door slid open when I hit the crash bar. Cold air slammed into me. Snow stung my face. I didn't stop running until I hit the street and waved down the first patrol car that crawled past, lights muted by the storm. The police came with flashlights and radios that crackled. They went through the building while I sat in the car, wrapped in a blanket that smelled like plastic. They found the notebook. They found the locket in my drawer. They found evidence of the power being cut manually in the maintenance room. They didn't find Ryan. Later, they told me his name wasn't Ryan. The identity he used checked out on paper until it didn't. He'd moved on before, slipping between offices, leaving nothing that stuck. They took my statement and promised follow-up. I went home when the roads cleared enough. I slept with the lights on for weeks. I quit that job. Sometimes when I'm alone late at night and the snow starts up again, my phone lights with a notification that disappears before I can read it. I still rush. I still forget things. I still feel watched when the power hums and settles, and the office goes quiet, and the air holds its breath as if waiting for someone who remembers everything to step out of the dark. The snow had already sealed the road by the time evening slid into the cabin, a blue-gray dim that pressed against the windows and made the rooms feel smaller than they were. I was stacking split wood by the stove, working fast because my hands shook when they were empty, when I noticed the shape on the porch through the frost-webbed glass. A box, clean edges, brown paper, no footprints around it, just the wind smoothing everything flat again. I stood there longer than I should have, listening for the sound of a truck or boots retreating down the steps. The storm swallowed all of it. The cabin sat alone in the trees, a rental my uncle kept for hunting season, and the nearest neighbor was a mile away when the weather was good. That night the weather was not good. It was evening during a storm, the kind that rearranges the world in a quiet way. When I opened the door, the cold shoved itself into my chest. The box was light. There was a note taped to the top, a name written in block letters I recognized because I had copied it onto school forms 100 times. A person who had once cornered me in a hallway and laughed when I flinched. I did not open the box right away. I brought it inside and set it on the table and stared at the name until my eyes watered. My uncle was in the back room, on the phone, his voice low and angry in the way it got when he was trying to solve problems faster than they wanted to be solved. He had driven me out here that morning to get me away from my father for a night, for a week, for however long it took to figure something out. I did not call out to him. I did not touch the box. I tell this as a true account, because it unfolded in ordinary steps. I opened the box because I could not open it. Inside were remains wrapped in butcher paper, the sort you see in a grocery store, anonymous and meant to be handled. I am not going to describe what was inside in detail. It was enough to know it came from a body. It was enough to know it was not a prank. I folded the note and put it in my pocket, and carried the box to the sink. I did not vomit. I washed my hands even though they were clean. I looked at the clock. It was just after 6. My uncle came in, phone still in his hand, and saw my face. He crossed the room in 3 steps and pulled the box away from me like it might explode. He asked questions I could not answer. He took pictures with his phone and then stepped outside to try for a signal. When he came back in, his mouth was a hard line. He said we were not opening any more boxes if there were more. He said we would wait until morning and drive out together. He said a lot of things that night. the way people do when they are scared and trying to sound like they are not. The second box arrived an hour later. We did not see it arrive. The porch light cast a cone of yellow on the snow, and within that light the box sat like it had always been there. Another note, another name. Someone who had broken my things and told me I deserved it. Someone who had been older and bigger and sure. We did not open it. We put it next to the first box in the mudroom and locked the door. We turned off the porch light, the storm picked up, snow ticking against the siding like a clock that ran too fast. By the time the third box arrived, my uncle had the rifle out and leaned against the wall by the door, his finger nowhere near the trigger because he was careful like that. The note had a different name, one that made my throat close because it was my father's. My uncle swore and then went quiet. He told me to go to the back bedroom and shut the door. I did not do it. I stood behind him and watched the window and the line of trees beyond the porch. The boxes stacked themselves through the evening. Each note carried a name I knew. Each name belonged to someone who had made my life smaller in some specific way. I am not claiming a list. I am saying the pattern was clear enough that it settled into my bones and stayed there. We stopped counting after the fourth. We stopped trying to make sense of it and focused on staying awake. At some point, the power went out. The stove kept the room warm, and the lanterns made shadows that did not move the way shadows usually do. My uncle paced. He called the sheriff again and again, leaving messages that stacked up like the boxes on the porch. He talked about calling state police. He talked about how nobody would get here until morning, storm or no storm. He talked to keep his voice from doing other things. The figure appeared in the snow near 9, when the wind had eased just enough for us to hear something other than ourselves breathing. I saw it first because I was already staring at the window. A person's shape, tall and wrapped in something that blended with the storm. No face that I could see. No sound. It stood at the edge of the light and held a box in its arms. My uncle raised the rifle and told it to stop. His voice cracked. The figure did not stop. It came up the steps with care, placed the box on the porch, and stepped back into the dark. The snow took it the way water takes a stone. There were no footprints when my uncle flung the door open a minute later, rifle braced, breath fogging the air. The note on the final box did not have a name. It had a single word that I will not write here because it was meant for me, and because writing it would make it something else. I knew what it meant. My uncle looked at me, and then away. Morning came the way it always does, indifferent to what has happened in the dark. The road was still bad but passable with chains. We loaded the boxes into the back of the truck without opening them. My uncle drove slow and steady, jaw clenched, eyes on the white line when it appeared through the drifts. We found my father alive. He was not where he should have been. He was not the way he had been. He had been altered in ways that were physical and unmistakable, changes that would never fully reverse. He could not explain how he had gotten there or what had happened to him. He kept saying the same few words like a prayer he did not believe in. The people who came later used words like trauma and exposure and injury. They did not use words like gift or protection. I did not tell anyone about the notes. I did not tell anyone about the names. I did not tell anyone about the figure in the snow. The sheriff wrote his report and shook his head. The boxes were taken away. The storm passed. The cabin went back to being a place my uncle visited when the leaves changed. I am older now, but the night still comes back to me in pieces that feel too solid to be memories. I can smell the cold. I can feel the weight of a box in my hands. I can see the snow smoothing itself over everything that tried to mark it. When people ask me why I flinch at the sound of paper tearing, I tell them the truth as far as it goes. I tell them that sometimes protection looks like something else, and sometimes it comes without asking, and sometimes it leaves you with a kind of safety that costs more than you knew how to pay. The cabin still stands. The porch boards still creak under the right kind of weight. On certain evenings, when the storm comes in low and the light fades early, I imagine a box where there is none, and I wait for footsteps that never come, and I remind myself that morning is an ordinary thing that will arrive, whether I am ready for it or not. The front of the store was dark, except for emergency lighting, aisles stretching out like ribs under a dim glow. Seasonal displays still stood where the day crew had left them, including a life-sized animatronic Santa propped beside a stack of discounted artificial trees. It was one of those older models. Nothing fancy, just a molded plastic face and a stiff arm that waved when you hit the button on the base. The button wasn't pressed. The power cord wasn't plugged in. I checked that, because the first thing I saw when I came around the corner was Santa's arm moving. It lifted, it dipped. A slow, mechanical wave that made the fabric sleeve rab softly against itself. I was the night delivery manager for a big box warehouse on the edge of town. The kind of place built cheap and wide, surrounded by asphalt and sodium lights, meant to disappear once you stepped inside. On Christmas Eve, the storm had been coming down since before sunset. Thick flakes that erased sound and swallowed distance, and by the time I clocked in, the building felt sealed off from the rest of the world. The heating system never quite kept up on nights like that. Cold pooled along the concrete floors and crept up through my boots as I walked my first round. Clipboard tucked under my arm, breath faintly visible when I paused too long. I stopped walking. The clipboard slid a little in my grip, paper whispering. The arm finished its arc and settled, then started again, as if responding to someone I couldn't see. I stood there long enough for the motion to complete twice more before my brain caught up and told my feet to move. I crouched, checked the cord, followed it back to where it ended in an empty outlet. I pressed the button. Nothing changed. The arm kept going. I straightened up, listening. No motors, no hum, just the faint squeak of plastic joints, and the distant howl of wind against the loading bay doors. I pulled the Santa's arm down and held it there. It resisted me for a second, then went slack. When I let go, it stayed still. I told myself it was a temperature thing, contraction and expansion, some internal spring failing. I wrote it down for maintenance and moved on. That's how the job worked. Note the issue. Keep the night moving. We weren't expecting anything. Christmas Eve was usually dead for freight, and the schedule taped to the office wall showed nothing past noon. Still, when the dock buzzer sounded, I went back with my jacket zipped and my radio clipped to my shoulder. The bay doors groaned open, letting in a rush of snow and the smell of diesel. The truck idled there, lights cutting white tunnels through the storm. An hour later, the delivery truck showed up. The driver climbed down without a word. He was bundled up, face half hidden by a scarf, eyes on the ground as he handed me the manifest. It wasn't our usual carrier, no logo on the cab. The paperwork was thin, generic, just item counts and weights, no sender listed. I asked him where it was from. He shrugged, a small motion, and started lowering the ramp. The box held dolls, not the kind we sold. These were handmade, mismatched, limbs sewn on at wrong angles, faces painted with uneven eyes and mouths that pulled too wide. Some had yarn hair, some had none. Their clothes were scraps of fabric, stained and frayed. They were packed tight, limbs tangled, glassy eyes staring wherever they happened to land. The load was stacked with unbranded wooden boxes, rough pine nailed shut, each one marked only with a number stenciled in black. No barcodes, no handling instructions. When we cracked the first one open to spot check, the smell hit me before I saw what was inside. Glue and old cloth, and something faintly sweet, like dust that had soaked up perfume. I stood there longer than I should have, listening to the bay doors thud shut and the wind fade to a dull roar beyond the walls. The warehouse felt bigger then, emptier, as if the aisles had shifted while I wasn't looking. I closed the lid and nailed it back down, harder than I needed to. The driver didn't react. He just watched, silent, breath fogging. I asked him again where it was from. He shook his head this time. Not a refusal exactly, just an absence of answer. When the last pallet was offloaded, he signed my clipboard with a mark that barely resembled a name, climbed back into the cab and drove off into the snow. I told myself we'd deal with the shipment after the holiday. I had the pallets staged in the overflow area, shrink-wrapped and tagged, and I locked the cage. That should have been enough. It wasn't long after that when the motion sensor lights started acting up. I stepped out and looked down the main aisle. The lights were triggering one after another, starting at the far end near receiving and rolling toward me in a smooth sequence, a wave of illumination chasing an invisible presence. There were no forklifts running, no one else on shift. I keyed my radio and called out, my voice swallowed by the space. No answer. The warehouse lighting was zoned, each aisle wired to its own sensor, so the lights would come on as you entered and shut off after a few minutes. It saved energy and kept the place from feeling completely dead. I was in the office doing inventory adjustments when I noticed the glow under the door changing, bright, dim, bright again, moving like something passing by. The lights reached my aisle and snapped on overhead with a hollow pop. I felt it in my chest more than I heard it. Then one by one they went dark behind the wave as it continued on, disappearing around the corner towards Seasonal. I stood there, heart thudding, counting nothing, just watching the dark settle back into place. After a few seconds, the lights shut off above me too, leaving me in emergency glow again. I walked the route, slow and deliberate, boots echoing. The air felt different where the lights had been on, warmer for a moment before the cold crept back in. There was nothing there. No footprints in the thin dust on the floor. No sound but the building breathing. I didn't touch it this time. I just kept walking, jaw tight, eyes forward, telling myself I was tired, that nights like this played tricks. I made a note to cut power to that whole section after my next round. When I passed the Santa display again, its arm was raised. I never got the chance. The radio went bad just before midnight. Then I heard breathing. It was tuned to a local station we kept on low for company. Holiday music bleeding softly through the office. I was sitting at the desk, filling out an incident report for the unscheduled delivery, when the music warped, slowed, then cut out entirely. Static hissed for a second. I reached for the dial, thinking the storm had knocked the signal loose. The breathing shifted, as if whoever or whatever was making it had moved closer to the microphone. I backed away until my shoulders hit the filing cabinet. The sound cut off abruptly, replaced by silence so complete. My ears rang. I tapped the speaker. The breathing continued, louder now, filling the small office, bouncing off cinder block walls. I pulled the radio from its clip and turned it over, checking for an open channel. The display was dead. No frequency, no lights. Heavy. Close. Each inhale wet and deliberate. Each exhale dragging like it had to push past something narrow. It wasn't rhythmic. It didn't match my own. I froze with my hand on the radio, skin prickling. I didn't wait for it to come back. I grabbed my coat, my keys, and the clipboard with the driver's mark still fresh on the paper. As I moved toward the front, the motion lights flared again. Not in a wave this time, but all at once, bathing the warehouse in harsh white. Every aisle, every corner. The sudden brightness made my eyes ache. In the seasonal section, Santa's arm dropped and lifted again, waving to no one. I drove home shaking, hands locked on the wheel, radio off. I didn't sleep. When morning came, gray and quiet, I called my supervisor and told him I was done. I didn't try to explain everything. I didn't have the words. I just said I wasn't coming back. I broke into a run, boots slipping on the polished concrete, breath tearing in my throat. The front doors loomed, glass fogged with cold. I shoved them open and stumbled out into the storm, snow immediately soaking my cuffs, wind clawing at my face. I didn't look back until I was in my car with the engine running, headlights cutting into the swirling white. Through the glass, I could see the building standing there, lights blazing inside, every window glowing like an open eye. For a second, I thought I saw movement behind the glass near receiving, a cluster of shapes where the pallets had been staged, but the snow thickened and erased it. I still think about that night when snow falls heavy and the world feels cut off, about machines doing things they shouldn't, and shipments that don't belong anywhere. I never found out what was in the rest of those boxes, or who sent them. I don't know what breathed into that radio, or what walked the aisles when the lights followed it. I only know that some places keep moving long after you leave, and sometimes the only thing you can do is walk away and let them keep whatever secrets they want to keep. They didn't argue. They didn't ask me to finish out the week. They just said okay and hung up. I took the job because no one else wanted it in winter. That was the entire reason. The seasonal cabin business shut down after the first heavy snowfall, but they still needed someone to check properties, keep pipes from freezing, clear roofs after storms, and make sure nothing obvious was falling apart. I'd done it the year before without incident. I knew the access roads, knew which generators were temperamental, knew which cabins had mice no matter what you did. This one was different, only in how far back it was. Last on the maintenance list, closest neighbor was miles away. A narrow road cut through pines and vanished into white, long before cell service did anything useful. I arrived just before dark on the first night, tires crunching over packed snow, engine noise swallowed immediately by the trees. The cabin sat low and square, a practical structure meant to disappear into the landscape. One story, metal roof, back door facing nothing but woods. I unlocked up front, went through my usual checklist by habit: thermostat, water lines, windows latched, utility closet inventory, everything normal. The silence inside was thick but not unusual. Cabins always sounded like they were holding their breath. I stayed the night because the weather report called for a long storm, and driving out after dark was never smart. I made dinner, cleaned up, and settled into the small bedroom with a book. Wind moved through the trees outside in slow, even waves. Snow ticked faintly against the windows. At some point I turned the light off and lay there listening, doing that thing where you mentally map the building around you so you can relax. That was when the utility closet door clicked. It wasn't loud, just the sound of a latch settling into place. A tidy sound. The kind you'd hear if someone pushed a door closed with 2 fingers. I sat up immediately, heart already racing, and listened hard. Nothing followed it. No footsteps, no shifting weight, just the house again, settling into itself. I told myself I must have left it unlatched earlier. Cold does strange things to wood and hinges. I got out of bed, walked down the short hall and checked. The door was shut, firm. I opened it. Shelves, tools, spare filters, all exactly as I'd left them. I closed it again deliberately, making sure it latched. The sound was the same. I stood there for a moment longer than necessary, then went back to bed. I didn't sleep well. I woke up more than once thinking I'd heard something, but each time it turned out to be wind, or the roof shedding a little snow. By morning, the unease had faded enough to feel stupid. Daylight has a way of doing that. I made coffee, walked the perimeter, checked the snow load. No tracks anywhere near the cabin besides my own from the night before. Just smooth white broken by trees and drifts. That afternoon I noticed the first photograph. It was on my phone, mixed in with a handful of pictures I'd taken for work. Generator serial number, ice buildup on the north eave. Then one I didn't remember taking. The angle was wrong. It showed me standing at the kitchen counter, back turned, shoulders slightly hunched the way they get when I'm focused on something small. The framing was steady, chest height, far enough back to capture most of the room. You couldn't see my face, just the back of my head, and my hands braced on the counter. For a few seconds I honestly thought it had to be a timer shot, or some weird accidental capture. But I don't use the timer, never have, and I was alone in the cabin. I checked the metadata. Timestamp matched when I'd been making coffee that morning. No edits, no indication it had been sent from anywhere else. I walked the cabin again, more carefully this time, looked for signs of entry I might have missed. Checked locks, windows, attic hatch, nothing. No disturbed snow, no prints leading up to the walls. The back door opened out to untouched drifts and trees. I stood there for a long time, staring at the woods, trying to decide if fear was reasonable, or if I was letting isolation get the better of me. By evening, I'd convinced myself of a mundane explanation I can't clearly remember now. Something about accidental activation, some obscure phone feature I didn't know about. It was thin, but it was enough to get through dinner. I put the phone face down after that, slept with it charging on the far side of the room. The knocking started the second night. It came from the back door. 3 soft taps, evenly spaced, not loud enough to be aggressive, not tentative either, just there. I froze in bed, listening, every muscle locked. A few seconds passed. Then 3 more taps, exactly the same. I got up slowly, staying close to the wall as if that would help. I didn't turn on lights. I moved through the cabin on instinct, stopping short of the back door. The small window set into it was frosted over, opaque with cold. I could see only darkness beyond. I stood there holding my breath, waiting for another sound. Nothing came. I didn't open the door. I went back to bed eventually, though sleep never really returned. In the morning, the snow outside the back door was pristine. No tracks, no disturbances. The drift sat exactly as it had the day before, smooth and untouched. I called the main office that afternoon and told them something weird was going on. I didn't mention the photograph. I said I'd heard knocking, that maybe someone was messing around. They asked if I'd seen anyone. I said no. They suggested a local animal, a branch, wind, the usual. I agreed with them because I wanted to, because saying otherwise meant acknowledging how little sense any of it made. That night, there were 2 more photographs. I found them the next morning, scrolling through my gallery with shaking hands. One showed me asleep in bed. The angle was higher this time, closer, like whoever took it had leaned in slightly. The blanket was pulled up to my chest. My face was turned away, mercifully. The second was from the hallway, aimed toward the bathroom. It caught me mid-step, barefoot, hair uncombed. Both were taken hours apart, both from inside the cabin. I checked for cell service. None. I turned the phone off completely and removed the battery pack I used to recharge it, just to eliminate any possibility I didn't understand. Then I sat at the table and tried to think through the logistics. If someone was coming in and out, they were doing it without leaving tracks. If they were staying inside, there was nowhere obvious they could hide. The cabin wasn't big, there was no basement, no crawl space worth mentioning. The knocking came again that night. Same rhythm, same place. I stood in the middle of the living room, lights on, staring at the back door while it happened. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps. My heart hammered so hard I felt lightheaded. I didn't shout, I didn't move. Eventually it stopped on its own. I slept with a chair wedged under the bedroom doorknob and the lights on. I still woke up to the sound of the utility closet door clicking shut again, sometime before morning. This time I didn't get up to check it. The final photograph appeared just after dawn. It was the clearest one yet, taken from behind me, again while I stood at the sink washing my hands. The window above the sink reflected the room faintly, and in that reflection I could see the outline of whoever was holding the phone. Just a shape, no features, no clear edges, something darker than the rest of the room, occupying space where nothing should have been. That was the moment. Unease turned into something sharper, purposeful. I didn't pack carefully. I didn't finish my checklist. I grabbed what I needed, left everything else, and walked out the front door without looking back. Snow swallowed my footsteps as I went. When I reached the truck, I noticed something I hadn't before. A single set of footprints, half filled with drifting snow, leading from the woods to the back door. They stopped there. No return path, just an ending. I drove until the trees thinned and the sky opened up. I didn't slow down until I hit pavement. I never went back to that cabin. I quit the job a week later without explanation. The photos stayed on my phone until I deleted them, one by one, even though some part of me knew that didn't really matter. I still dream about that place sometimes, about standing at the sink aware without knowing how that someone is behind me, watching, waiting for the right moment to knock. I found the thing late in the afternoon, when the light had already flattened into a pale band between the trunks, and the snow had started to take on that blue tone it gets before evening. I was off the marked trail. Not lost exactly, but pushing a familiar loop deeper than I usually did, following an old service road that no longer showed on the map. The forest was quiet in the way winter forests are, sound swallowed by powder and distance, my own breath the loudest thing moving. I noticed it because it didn't belong. Even at a distance, even half hidden by spruce boughs sagging with snow, I could tell it was a figure, upright, broad at the base, narrowing toward the top. The outline was wrong for a stump, wrong for a fallen tree propped at an angle. It stood in a shallow clearing, where the snow looked disturbed, trampled down to a darker crust. As I got closer, the shape resolved into something unmistakable and impossible at the same time. It looked like Santa, the old postcard kind, all bulk and belly and beard. But it wasn't cloth or paint or plastic. It was thorns, a body woven from brambles and frozen vines, branches bent into arms and legs, a head crowned with a ragged cap shape made from interlocked twigs. The beard was a cascade of pale, frost-rimed tendrils that hung stiffly down its chest. Snow had packed into the gaps, giving it a dusted, almost festive look, if you didn't look too closely at the points. I stopped at the edge of the clearing. The air felt colder there, or maybe that was just me registering danger late. I remember thinking that someone had gone to an awful lot of trouble to make a joke that no one would see. Then I noticed the tracks. They weren't human. They weren't animal either. They were long, dragging impressions, like something heavy had been pulled forward by catching and releasing. Splinters of wood lay scattered along the path they made, snapped off clean and frozen where they fell. The tracks came from deeper in the woods and ended at the figure's feet. I circled it at a distance, boots crunching softly, eyes on the way the vines had been twisted and bound. There was no wire, no cord, nothing holding it together but itself. Everything was fused by cold, the thorns locked in place by ice. I reached out without thinking, fingers stopping just short of touching one of the branches. The thorns were long and sharp, some of them stained dark where sap had seeped and frozen. That was when I heard it, a sound like wood splitting under pressure. Not a crack exactly, more a slow tearing noise accompanied by the brittle snap of frozen fibers giving way. It came from behind me, deeper in the trees. I turned, heart already speeding up, scanning the trunks. The sound came again, closer this time, splintering, dragging, the unmistakable rhythm of something moving with effort. When I looked back at the clearing, the Santa figure was no longer exactly where it had been. The difference was small, a few inches at most, but undeniable. One of its feet, a bundled mass of roots and thorns, had shifted forward, compressing fresh snow. A shallow groove marked the movement. I backed away, boots slipping slightly on the crust, and the sound came again, louder now. The figure moved in fits and starts, not smoothly but by wrenching itself forward, branches creaking and snapping as it went. Every movement left debris behind, a trail of broken twigs and crushed needles. I ran. I don't mean a panicked sprint. Not at first. I moved fast, picking my way between trees, staying upright, telling myself that whatever I'd seen was a trick of light or a piece of art someone had abandoned. The forest thickened as I went, the service road dissolving into uneven ground, and drifts that came up to my knees. The sound followed me. Splintering wood carries in winter. It echoes, bounces between trunks, and it doesn't blend into the background the way footfalls do. I could hear it behind me no matter how I angled my path, the rhythm unchanging. Catch, pull, snap, catch, pull, snap. I glanced back once and saw it between the trees. No longer just a shape in a clearing, but a moving thing. Its arms dragged at its sides, leaving twin furrows in the snow. The beard trailed behind, catching on roots and snapping free in frozen clumps. The cap had slumped to one side, giving it a grotesque tilt, as if it were curious. Fear does something to time. The late afternoon light seemed to hold steady, the sky locked in that pale band. Even as my legs burned and my breath tore at my throat, I misjudged a drift and went down hard, the impact knocking the air out of me. Snow packed into my gloves and collar as I scrambled up. It was closer than I expected. I could see the detail now, the way the vines flexed and tightened as it moved, the way ice cracked and fell from its surface in small showers. I swung my pack around and brought it between us, using it like a shield as I backed away. A branch reached out. Not smoothly, not deliberately in a way I could have described, but it extended anyway, thorns scraping against the fabric of my jacket. One caught my forearm through a tear I hadn't noticed, a sharp, precise pain that made me jerk back. The scratch was shallow. I could see blood bead up immediately, bright against the cold. I didn't think much of it then. Adrenaline drowned out everything else. I shoved the pack forward hard, and the branch snapped, falling away in a spray of splinters. The thing recoiled, if that's the right word, its upper body shuddering as the tension redistributed. Then it surged forward again. Faster now, the sound of its movement rising into a continuous tearing. I broke through into a thinner stand of trees and saw the slope down toward the creek I used as a landmark. The drop was steep, but manageable, the snow less deep where the wind had scoured it. I went down on my heels, half sliding, half running, grabbing at saplings to slow myself. The scratch on my arm burned. I looked down long enough to see the skin around it flushing an odd mottled red. Then I was at the bottom, boots splashing through slush where the creek hadn't frozen solid. The sound stopped. I stood there, chest heaving, listening to the water in my own pulse. The forest settled around me, branches creaking softly as they adjusted in the cold. I waited for the splintering to start again, for the figure to come tearing down the slope after me. Nothing did. I stayed there until the light shifted and the blue deepened into gray. When I finally moved, it was with care, retracing my steps along the creek until I reached the main trail. I didn't look back toward the slope. I made it to my truck as dusk closed in, hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. Once inside, with the heater blasting and the windows fogging, I took off my glove and looked at my arm properly. The scratch had darkened. The skin around it was raised, ridged, the texture subtly wrong. When I pressed a fingertip against it, it didn't give the way skin should. It felt firm, almost woody. I drove home in a daze, convinced that I was overreacting, that cold and fear had done strange things to my perception. I washed the scratch, wrapped it, went to bed early. By morning, the area around the wound had spread. The ridges had extended outward in branching patterns, following the lines of my veins. The color had shifted from red to a dull brown. I ran my nails over it and heard a faint, dry sound like scratching bark. I didn't go to a doctor. I told myself it was an infection, an allergic reaction, frostbite doing something unusual. I kept it covered, wore long sleeves, stayed inside as much as I could. Over the next days, the change continued, creeping slowly but steadily up my arm. Hair fell away where it passed, replaced by a roughened surface that caught on fabric. The sensation changed too. At first, there was pain, a deep ache that settled into the bone. Then there was pressure, as if something beneath the skin were expanding. Eventually, even that faded, replaced by a dull numbness that stopped just short of my fingers. I went back to the forest a week later, against my better judgment, driven by a need to see if the clearing was still there. The service road looked the same, snow drifted and unbroken. The clearing was empty. No Santa, no trampled snow, no tracks. I stood there until the cold crept up through my boots and into my legs. When I turned to leave, I noticed a line of broken twigs leading away from the clearing, disappearing between the trees. Fresh breaks, pale against the dark bark. I didn't follow them. The transformation slowed after that, but it never stopped. It claimed my shoulder, crept across my chest, traced my spine in branching lines. I learned to live with the stiffness, the way my range of motion narrowed as joints resisted bending. I learned to sleep on my side, to avoid mirrors. Sometimes when the wind is right, I hear the sound again. Splintering wood, distant and rhythmic, carried through the trees near my house. When that happens, the bark on my skin tightens, and I can feel something tugging, gently, insistently, as if testing a connection that was never meant to be broken. Late afternoon light still bothers me. Snow still looks too blue. And every year when winter settles deep and the forest goes quiet, I find myself listening, waiting for the catch and pull and snap to draw closer, knowing that if it does, I won't be able to run the way I once did.